And Producer's Pride Animal and Poultry Feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
3 hours. Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossover. Crossed him up and sit him down.
Crossover. It's a quick turnaround here. When we go from coming in,
well,
I feel
when
like
everyone's being a chatty Cathy and not getting the bleep out of the way.
I have mastered the ability, though, to get ready while chatting. I think master probably isn't correct, but I've gotten a lot better at it the last couple of months that we've been doing this.
Are you trying to say you're Matt McMaster?
You know what? I stopped doing that. Like, I used to call things like a McMasterpiece, like an ass, and it was just like, it was just.
Where you think you're Chris Masters?
Like, it was just
He went to Harvard.
The McMaster lock. Yeah. That would be. I really do think if I was a pro wrestler, my finishing move would be a submission.
You think so?
I think I'd be a submission finishing move guy.
I think the Performance Center would beat that out of you.
I don't want
you to do something.
What am I gonna do? What, like, I'm not gonna pick you up. I'm not gonna choke slam you. I can't do a flip off the top rope.
I get all of that. Then maybe they didn't teach you to do the Spanish fly or something like that. But then you'd always have to have the guy get in the turnbuckle.
Yeah.
Up on the. That's the thing with the finisher. It needs to happen organically.
This is very dirty. No one outside of the people in this room is going to understand this. Maybe other than a couple of people, but I think Daniel Bryan might be one of the worst things for wrestling gyms ever, for people who are running a pro wrestling gym, because Daniel Bryan is one of the greatest technical wrestlers of all time, but he's 5'8", and so I think every 5'8" and slightly unathletic person who was trying to be a wrestler was like, oh, Daniel Bryan can do it, I can do it.
It's always funny that you hear like old wrestlers or people in the business complain about like, oh, that guy's too small, he can't do it. There's like, everyone remembers Rey Mysterio, everyone remembers Eddie Guerrero,
but it is so much different now than what it was back in the 90s.
You would agree.
Batista would be like the biggest guy on the roster right now.
Josh would be able to speak to this, but literally whenever I paid attention to wrestling at any point over the last however many years, there's always been some complaint that someone isn't big enough. And then the complaint about Vince McMahon is that he only liked, you
have complaints that you're not big enough?
I have complaints that some wrestlers aren't big enough.
Oh, okay.
Adam Cole wasn't big enough. All right. Matt and Nick Jackson, they weren't big enough. Okay. You gotta have a certain size.
You have to be as tall as Shawn Michaels.
Yes, literally.
Who was a tiny guy.
I don't even
Brett did it perfectly. Like, Brett wasn't like overly big, but Brett was like, you couldn't mess with Brett. You'd look at Brett, you'd be like, I can't mess with that.
I think a lot of it is just about how they carry themselves in the persona. Like, if you have a good persona, like CM Punk's not a big person.
He has become a big person recently.
Well, yeah,
he started like lifting and stuff like that.
It's hilarious because he clearly wants to look good with his shirt off in a way that he never has at any point in his career.
Yeah, he's going. This is kind of a lot of men with money are now going through this, where they're doing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of men are like
that old dude sitting on the motorcycle in his jeans with the jacked abs on the internet online ads, and they're like, that could be me.
They're like,
question: do men with a lot of money want to look good with their shirt off?
Testosterone
they
replacement.
Want to one weird trick their way into having abs.
Testosterone replacement therapy. Everybody's doing it nowadays.
Is that like a thing or
TRT? Oh yeah.
Have you done it?
TRT. No, I'm pretty sure you have to have a lot of money to do that, which is henceforth why I said that's why Jeff Bezos has got big. That's why Mark Zuckerberg now looks in great shape.
A lot of it is they have nothing else to do.
I think it also plays into that.
So
if you have nothing else to do,
time in your day, you go to a gym, you join, Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You find
that
things to do.
skyrocketed in popularity.
Oh,
by the way.
The Krav Maga, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu,
the gi. Everyone's got the lapel, and all that stuff. I'd screw up my shoulder so quickly if I did.
Yeah, you
that.
couldn't handle it.
I could not handle it. I would have liked to have tried boxing though at some point in my life. I almost did that.
You still can.
No, we're done.
Stibbs joined a boxing gym like a decade ago.
Whoa! If I don't need to be hit in the face, I don't want to be hit in the face right now.
Then why would you want to try boxing if you don't?
When
want to be
I
hit
was
in the face?
when I was younger, and I was more willing to do that. Absolutely.
I remember talking with Jordan Burroughs when he was a wrestler at Nebraska, and I was like, "Hey, so are you going to try to take this from being a championship? Because you're a wrestler, like you're a championship wrestler in college, and we saw obviously very, very different size, but Brock Lesnar turned that into, the
everything.
WWE,
everything,
and then
I thought for sure that's what Jordan would do.
Before that, even." You had Kurt Angle who turned it into a thing.
I can't believe he talked about it on the Joe Rogan podcast. Jordan Burroughs did. He would have been awesome in the UFC.
No, and so he was already getting approached when he was still in college about, hey, if you're interested, I'd love to train you. People wanted to, they viewed him as a meal ticket.
Yeah.
And so I was talking to him about this, and he's like, I think if I did anything, I'd be like WWE.
Oh, he'd be so good.
And he said because he didn't want to do, he's like, I don't want to do UFC because I don't like getting hit.
That's what he said. And
he's like, I'm good as a wrestler because I'm not going to get hit. Like no one's going to punch me in the face, but I can't just go there and be a wrestler and win that way, which is true.
Yeah.
You have to be able to, you have to be able to do a lot of different things on the mat. And
he probably could have gotten away with it in that time.
Early, but then they figure you out.
Early on, he probably could have gotten away with just double legging everybody because he did that and won a gold medal. He was so fast.
But eventually, you're going to find someone who will defend it well enough that they can start pummeling you.
Maybe not. See, when did he won his gold medal? What 2000? Was it 16?
Jordan Burroughs.
Yeah,
I think he won in 2012.
2012. The UFC.
Well, I think he won in 12, and then he won more medals.
He won a world championship. He in the early parts of the UFC, like back in 2012 and everything
Those
like
are
that.
Not the early parts of UFC.
The UFC was only 10 years old at the time in 2012, like the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Yeah,
it had definitely advanced to the point where it wasn't human cockfighting anymore. Which
I'm just saying, like you're saying, early parts of it.
He could have gotten away with just double legging everybody. He could not get away with it now today, and even I would say even. Couple of years after that, he couldn't have gotten away with that. He's right though. If you don't want to get hit in the face, don't do it. I think he would have been awesome in the WWE. But you know what? He was so incredible at wrestling he carved out. And now he was announcing the NCAA championships. Yeah. And I thought he did phenomenal in that role, being an announcer.
He is very good.
I have a funny Jordan Burroughs story. This was before I was looking at the University of Nebraska. This was before, I was going into my sophomore year of high school. I went to Boulder, Colorado, and went to a running camp in Boulder, Colorado.
A running camp?
I went to a running camp in Boulder, Colorado.
The runners on 1620 the zone
at Colorado at CU. And
what the hell do you do at a running camp?
You run.
Why do you need to go to a camp for this?
Well, so it's great. They give you seminars on like recovery. They give you seminars on like pre-race meals.
Go to the neighborhood
They
store.
give you training on like, hey, this is kind of how like actual college athletes train in terms of tapering and in terms of.
Did you want to be a college runner at one point?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. I was a pretty good runner.
Are you like a hockey player that was into running?
So.
Those seem to be at odds.
Dad was really into speed. He thought that if I was going to be good at hockey, I needed to be fast. And so Chris did running, my older brother. He got really fast doing running. So he said, all right, well, Chris ran. He got really fast. You'll run. You'll get really fast. He wasn't wrong. I was super fast. Then I got really good stamina. It got tough junior year, though, because I was too light to play varsity hockey.
That's what I mean. Like,
And so
they're at odds from each other.
and so then
Unless you're just going to be some sort of fly boy that you're sending down there to whip down the ice and then
by junior year, my hockey coach was like, we can't play you unless you gain weight. And they're like, you have to quit running. So it was either I was going to quit running or I was going to play hockey. If I kept running, I might have been able to run D3 because my times were progressing in that way. Like I was on my way to breaking 17, maybe even breaking 16 if I got to senior year. But I didn't want to go to a D3 school. I didn't want to go to small school. But anyway, I went to this Colorado running camp. It was great. I know from the outside view, like people are like, oh, that sounds like a scam. It wasn't. It was incredibly informational.
I don't think it was a scam.
You train with like the best, like you're training with actual, Division I college athletes, and you're training with
you're dealing with elevation.
Some people there were national champions. Long story short, I go to the Denver airport, and I was 15 at the time, so I had to have a chaperone with me when I was like walking around. And I'm walking around. Never forget his name. His name was Casey. And Casey goes, "Oh my God, that's Jordan Burroughs." And I was like, I heard that name before, and he was like, that is like the greatest wrestler in the world right now. He was there training in Colorado because he was about to go to the
Colorado Springs. Right?
He was about to go to the World Championships. So he's there, and I have a picture when I was like on my phone. I was 15 with Jordan Burroughs. Long story short, I ended up going to his college, which was pretty cool. So there you go.
That is pretty cool.
It was fun. Sililar goes, running camp, dude. I think you were being hunted by a cabal of rich folks.
Cabal.
What's a cabal?
It's a group, basically. A group with nefarious intentions, more or less. Nefarious means bad.
Jimmy with one M and one Y goes, I got really into walking and push-ups. Is that the everyman version of Brazilian jiu-jitsu? No.
I don't know what getting into walking and push-ups. I got into walking. I don't think I've ever been into push-ups in my life.
Oh, I've done that whole thing where you do like 100.
I mean, I've done it, but here's the thing. There's stuff that I've done that I don't enjoy. Like at no point whenever I was attempting to be healthy, which is no longer true for me anymore. But when it was going on and I'm doing ferals every day and I'm there at 6 a.m. and you're working out and like, I've got my mile time is down to like 7 minutes, which is for me incredibly good. And all of these things, I'm getting in better shape, and I didn't enjoy any of that. Like, I like going to the classes. I liked how I looked. I like how I felt. But the actual act of putting in, people talk about like, oh, I like to feel the burn. I like this. I like that. Yeah. Doing push-ups sucks. Being able to do 50 push-ups, great, but it sucks.
I've never really enjoyed the actual lifting. I honestly,
that's a lot of it is I don't get the endorphins that other people get from strength training.
I don't.
And so I, again, totally appreciated how it made me feel, how I looked, all of that stuff. But it's not like as I was doing it, I was like, oh, this is great. I would replace video games with this every day if I could.
To your previous point, the reason why I was in the best shape before I got here to 1620 was because I had a part-time job and I had so much time.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't going to be doing anything else other than lifting. So it's like, that's like when you're like, oh, they don't have anything better to do than work out. That's kind of what happened to me. I got in great shape because I had nothing better to do than to do that.
One of the things that I have lost since having a kid and not having a dog anymore is that freedom is part of it, but we would like Slider and I would go for a walk at 8:30 every night. And it'd be like, nice out in the summer. And sometimes I'm listening to an audiobook or a podcast and we go for an hour. We go for an hour and a half. When you're rolling in at 10 o'clock at night, I just can't really do that anymore. And partly like, since not having a dog anymore, I feel weird about just walking. Like as a solo walker, I don't know. There's something about it where I feel like people are just going to peg me as like, this guy's up to no good.
Yeah.
We're going to call the Crime Stoppers or something.
I'm having a tougher and tougher time not walking into a shop and buying something when I go on my solo walks.
Well, yeah, we would have different walking experiences because I'm out where there's, no.
I like walking in the city is my problem.
Oh, no,
I'm not like a walking in the nature guy.
Campus walks. Like if I work downtown in Lincoln, my lunch every day would basically be eat whatever it is and then I would go for a walk around campus.
Yeah, I mean that. I guess you know what, you're right, because the never eat sog. So the west side of that campus, if you're facing it, right?
Sure.
So you're O Street facing campus. The west side of that campus, and then by the Love Library, actually
this is not as like,
nice.
Nebraska's campus is really nice and aesthetically pleasing.
It's not.
It isn't. I complain about this all the time. They don't have.
I wish
they don't have uniform buildings. They don't have like a design that makes any sense. It doesn't funnel people to anything that makes sense.
It's built like a Hershey
Got
Kiss.
rid of their green spaces so they could accommodate the rake school and all this other stuff.
I also got a bunch
talking about
they got a bunch of
being nice.
got a bunch of old buildings there too that they don't even use.
Energy
anymore.
there that when you're out walking, that you're you feed off of that.
Without doubt. I wish they took East Campus, and I mean they could never do
Campus
this.
Of the two is nice.
It's nicer. Do you know how great the campus would be if you just took East Campus and you put it on the end?
Well, that would be the dream.
Exactly. You would never be able to do that.
But
that is yeah. But that
then
is
you'd be like other Big Ten normal campuses.
Literally. That's what it would
Have
look
you been
like.
to Indiana? Like
no, I've only heard incredible
Indiana's
things
campus
about it,
is awesome, and their student union looks like it belongs in a Harry Potter movie.
That is one of the things that I've never really gotten over, which is I was supposed to take all of my college visits in March of 2020. We had
Rappers here, he'd be yelling at you to get over it.
We had them in all because my brother and sister like both went on their campuses and have these great stories about how they fell in love. With the schools that they went
to. It's overrated. I fell in love with Brookings, South Dakota. It lasted for a semester, and I got the hell out of it.
I fell in love with the amount of scholarship money I was getting from Nebraska.
Well, that's also what I liked about South Dakota State, and that was on its way out after a horrible first.
I don't think I would have made a different decision than what I made. I think I would have picked Nebraska no matter what. But I just would have liked to have visited all these.
Okay, so campuses. Did you have like a top five? Did you have a
top
list?
five? Top five was Indiana, Kansas, Nebraska, Kentucky, and Syracuse. I had gotten into Cuse, but
journalism was your choice all along.
Yes, right? I had gotten into Cuse, but I didn't get into the.
I don't know anything about Indiana's journalism program.
It's good. They have one.
I mean, let's start there. It's good because they have one.
Can I be real? That was a problem. Like some schools just straight up. Now it might be different.
Today's age. That's something.
It's something, and it's just like there were some schools I wanted to go to that they're like, we don't
Dan
have
Patrick didn't have you captured to go to Full Sail University.
I would see those ads all the time.
Yeah,
I would
always
see them
popping
up. But they had Indiana. I guess they had gotten a big investment from Cuban at the time to get all these great cameras and the Big Ten Student U, and they had some broadcasting opportunities and stuff like that. Kansas had it. Kansas had two different tracks. I don't know if it's still the case, but they had the journalism track to be a writer and a broadcasting track to be a broadcaster. Missouri was on the table, but I don't think I don't know if I was in the College of Journal. I kind of didn't want to go to Missouri anyway. But yeah, those were those five schools. I was supposed to go to those five schools, and then they all got canceled. And
I basically had three options. They all had journalism. It was the University of Nebraska, University of South Dakota, and South Dakota State. I was going to get the most money from South Dakota State. And they had probably at the time I would say comparable to maybe better journalism program than Nebraska.
Sure.
The difference was they didn't have a daily newspaper, so you weren't getting the reps that ultimately mattered. So when I got there and it was like a weekly, and I was covering the basketball team as a freshman. So, you know, like it's not like I didn't have cool opportunities there. It said it was a weekly, and it didn't feel like the right fit, and I wanted to be back in Lincoln every weekend anyways. And so then I ended up transferring to Nebraska. And so that changed that for me. But, like Nebraska's journalism program.
A lot better now.
It is.
A lot better now than it was. I mean, it still did produce, though.
Plenty of people. When we say a lot better, that's debatable. Like the golden generation of Nebraska sports writing came before me.
I'm not talking about the individuals that came out. I'm more so talking about the actual resources and investment.
They have a
$1 million TV
put it this way.
TV set now.
When I got to campus, it was debatable how many people were even working for newspapers when the internet was a thing. Of the professors that were there. So you're learning a business that was dead.
Yeah.
From people that never did it when, there's this massive structural change. So they weren't really prepared for the shift that was coming. They're a lot a lot more prepared for that now.
Yeah.
However, you still learn. I mean, the basics of journalism still matter. You still have to know all of that. And I had very good professors there. I'm not trying to demean they did incredible work, had great opportunities. It's just that when you're looking for internships and jobs in the future, and all of these people's last work was in the early 90s or late 80s, it's just a very different world.
So your dog's name was Slider.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think of knuckleball or
no? So the Slider
any
was
other pitches.
So
any other pitches were on that list?
Spitter, I guess, could have been on there.
Spitter,
a dog named Spitter would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, but I would think of like a tobacco spitter. I don't think I would think of a spitball.
No, I mean it was that was my pitch.
I got my one dog Spitter and I got my other dog Long Cut. That's what I would think.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you just go spearmint or whatever the flavor is at that point?
I think change up would be a terrible
Come here,
dog.
Skull.
Come here, Zin. Come here, Zin.
I mean,
come here.
I
got Zin. I got Rogue. I got Flips.
I guess if I got a dog now, Ephus would be a potential name.
Oh,
Ephus.
yeah.
That seems like a great dog name.
Call her Ephie.
Ephie could work.
Ephie.
But yeah, that was a pitch that was my best pitch in baseball. I'd get to an 0-2 count. Not an 0-2 count, a two strike count. But it was rare for me to get to an 0-2 count because I wasted a lot of pitches trying to find the strike zone, I think.
Yeah.
But if I had 2 strikes on a right-handed hitter, you knew a slider was, and that was, I mean, it was the best pitch I had. And so and it just seemed like an awesome dog name. Yeah, he's a good dog, so it was a good fit.
If I had a dog right now, I'd name him Pedro Ramirez. That guy's awesome. For
what?
It's a Cubs joke. They won yesterday.
Yeah,
it's a good win for them.
All right, I was like, I don't even know who Pedro Ramirez is.
He's their second baseman. He's their platoon guy. He's been playing great baseball for them. PCA
their second baseman's Nico Horner.
No, Swanson's out.
Oh, so Horner's now okay. Yeah, I forgot that Dansby got hurt.
Yeah,
last week, 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So now we got Pedro in there. He's playing great baseball.
Who the hell is Pedro Ramirez?
He's awesome. He's incredible. He went 2 for 4 yesterday.
Just a regular Mike Fontenot, or
like literally, but we've had plenty of these guys. The Jed Hoyer, we need a platoon guy, like him just getting, hey, we're gonna get a dude that's gonna play some some ball for us, like just the Derek Dietrichs or the
Well, you're after the trade deadline, so it's a lot harder.
The quick little guys have been pretty underwhelming for us for the last, I feel like, decade. This Pedro Ramirez guy's been awesome. Okay. He won us a big win yesterday.
I like hearing you say us. I like you going back into being a baseball guy.
I'm a Cubs fan. Always have been, always will be. It was a big win.
You had self-admittedly care a lot less when you're not in Chicago.
I did have to think about, would you blow up the Cubs to have the Bears win a Super Bowl? Admittingly,
your answer would be yes.
It would be no. If the Cubs stopped existing.
You would sacrifice Nebraska basketball for the Bears to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, God. No, I wouldn't. I have Nebraska. Nebraska basketball has given me more joy than any other sport at the time that I was at the University of Nebraska.
That's why I picked Nebraska basketball. I understand. I know how you feel about it.
I would say honestly, like when you go to the University of Nebraska with the expectation that I have, you are like, I'm a football guy. But then as the years have progressed, I absolutely connect more and
they won.
Start to care more about them than I do the football team.
You probably had maybe 4 good moments of being a student watching Nebraska football.
I've had 0 good moments. We didn't make a bowl game.
So then we
didn't make one bowl game. I cannot tell you one good or happy moment that happened to me with Nebraska football when I was a student there. I could tell you, I think the happiest moment I had as a student at Nebraska, watching Nebraska football, was the first drive of the 2020 Ohio State game with McCaffrey and with Adrian Martinez, which is literally the first moment I had. And that was it. That and maybe...
And that played Austin Allen, basically.
And I think maybe the throw to Garcia Castaneda in the Ireland game.
Oh, okay.
Both of those games, they ended up losing.
Well, what about were you at the 21 Northwestern game where they beat them like 56-7?
That was fun with Jacquez Yancey.
Yeah, I was going to say, that has to be up
Dirk
there.
Challen wrote a beautiful article after that, too. I remember...
He was known to do that.
I remember
he was part of the golden generation.
I remember being in my apartment elevator, and I was like walking up and I was scrolling through and I clicked on Dirk's article, and he basically was like, that's what it's supposed to feel like. He's like, that's what it was. Like what you like for people who haven't felt like who haven't been around for that, that's kind of what it was. It was a great, And
then the very next week, they took Michigan to the wire and failed to put the game away. And didn't win. And then that was the end of the season.
That was literally the end of the season.
Because Jockey Ant tripped in Minnesota and they never won another football game.
I forget about the Jockey Ant trip. And I called that game. And I forget about it. I do remember Tanner Morgan.
It all happened because Ramir Johnson basically took a hit to the head and then had to leave for like concussion purposes. So then he wasn't. Then people were mad because they felt like he could have stretched to get in the end zone, so you weren't down there at the 1 yard. But you had 4 opportunities to score.
Was MSU the game after that one?
No, Michigan State was before the Northwestern game.
Okay. So then it was Purdue after that, right?
Yep. And
that was
the famous Samari Toure, Adrian Martinez. Did Martinez throw it too far? Did Toure lose it in the sun? You remember that?
I do. I was at that game. That was the first ever game I went as a student fan.
So they lost that one, and then after
that, it was just kind of who cares.
So
I'll go and look up the schedule.
I forget who they would have played the game after that, but it was another one that was close.
At that point, though, after the Purdue loss, it felt like it was like, all right, this is done. The season's done.
Not quite.
That's how I felt. Tell you how I felt at the time.
Not quite. It was.
Granted, I was 20.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think for me, it just.
See, it was.
They had hung around long enough.
Oh. The following game was the big noon kickoff Ohio State game. That was where Justin Fields had the ball rolling at his feet.
No, Justin Fields.
Or was CJ Stroud?
It was CJ Stroud.
Had the ball. That was the Jackson Smith and Jigba game.
That was Bo Pelini elected to kick like a 12-yard field goal, and they missed it. Not Bo Pelini, Scott Frost. Sorry.
That was a competitive game. I don't know. That was also the Samora
Bo would be more offended to be compared to Scott Frost, and Scott would be offended to be compared to Bo.
That was the Samora Tour game.
He had a good game in that, but that's the Jackson Smith and Jigba game is what you want to call it.
Well, I'm saying from a Nebraska perspective. It'd be
from the Nebraska perspective, that guy had 236
I do not remember the Wisconsin-Nebraska game.
I do.
I don't remember that game at all.
Nebraska played well. Braylon Allen played better. And Nebraska had an entirely different staff because everyone got fired.
I do remember that.
Steve Cooper was the offensive coordinator at that point in time. You didn't have Verduzco. You didn't have Held. You didn't have Greg Austin.
I remember the Iowa game that year. That was the Logan,
Nebraska led, and then they had the block punt.
That was the Logan Smothers game. I was at a Chicago Blackhawks game that day.
Did they win?
They won in a shootout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Actually, we can look up the 2021 Chicago Blackhawks schedule.
Yeah, can we max preps or Husker max the Blackhawks schedule?
Yes. Did
Sipple have a pull quote?
Ooh.
Let's go to hockey.
Noted hockey guys, Steve Sipple.
Schedule and results. So this, I believe they played the Montreal Canadiens, and I actually now thinking about it, I think they lost.
Oh no!
So they didn't win
because Kirby Doc might have had
nobody knows who that is.
Shootout win. Let's see. So this would be
like November 25th.
It was November 26th.
Sorry.
It was a St. Louis.
Wrong 5 years
I was
ago.
right. St. Louis Blues overtime shootout win November 26th.
Take that, Blues.
I believe though
what's your golden retriever puppy got to do about that?
So the next year though, they play the Montreal Canadiens on the next year, November 25th. I was also at that game. They played Montreal and they lost in a shootout. So
Thanksgiving games for you.
Yeah, that was our tradition as a family for like 3 years. It was a good time. Yeah.
You're back.
So yeah, I was watching that. I was watching the Blackhawks game in real time, and then I was watching the Nebraska game on my phone.
Gotcha. When are you going to go back to Chicago?
Thanksgiving.
So you're not going to go back before then? I thought you were going to try to go to a Northwestern game.
No. As of right now, no.
See the new digs.
What if the Cubs make the World Series? Are you going to try to go back?
No. I think that if I get to a spot where I'm like, I could take a quick weekend over there, I might. But I'm not like planning a current trip right now.
Okay.
Flights are expensive.
Oh, yeah. That's
like, I remember when it used to be like $100-200 to fly to Chicago from Omaha and Lincoln. And now it's like at minimum.
Lincoln probably a little more than that.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Lincoln prices would go up quickly. Like you would have to book your Lincoln flight super advanced. The Omaha flights were always way cheaper.
Well, and you could sometimes get like good Southwest one-way deals that would work if you wanted to go in and out of Midway.
But the problem, my mom is so anti-Midway, which is tough for us. We are
you are an explorer
family.
or whatever.
What does that mean?
A Delta Club Explorer.
No, I'm a United Club Explorer.
Sorry.
No, we also live 20 minutes away from O'Hare. O'Hare's over here. We're right over here.
That United card isn't getting you any sweet deals on flights.
I do have a $100 voucher that I have to use on my Thanksgiving flight.
Okay.
I did, though. This is actually, I've been waiting to talk to you. I haven't been able to do a crossover with you.
Look at that. You want to talk?
You are good.
We were talking on air about how bad of a texter you are.
I'm terrible.
Severe's like, he shouldn't be a bad texter. He's young. And I was like, he's a bad texter. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I would say that
he'll ask you a question, you'll answer thinking you're in a conversation, and then nothing follows up.
I get my answer.
Well, nobody knows. He's like, I responded to him, and then I had no idea whether,
I said, could you fill in for me on this day? He goes, I'm doing this. And I just didn't respond to him.
Yeah.
Should I respond with a thumbs up?
I think he was expecting that.
Do you know who I text really well? That guy.
Well, yeah, you have to.
I text him really well. He might be the only person that gets my undivided texting.
That's someone that you need to text well with. Is the person you're doing the show with.
Him and my mother are the only people.
Okay.
That even my dad, I feel like I sometimes kind of shortchange on the text.
You Claypool him?
I do kind of Claypool him. I got a watch.
Doesn't look like it.
I bought. Okay, no, I know I don't have it on my wrist. I bought a watch using
my a fat wrist.
Yeah, it's swollen right now.
So, I was gonna say, I think your wrist is actually bigger than mine.
Nope. Currently swollen.
What did you do?
No, hockey. I've explained this. I've broken this wrist before, and I sprained this wrist really badly playing hockey.
When?
Junior year of high school.
Oh, so it's still swollen?
Well, when I play hockey, I have to wrap my wrist, and then I've been coaching.
Yeah.
So
you're not playing, so why are you?
But you're still shooting and passing and doing.
You're
all
still
that
rapping.
Stuff. I forgot to wrap. I haven't been rapping, and so because I haven't been rapping, it's now currently swollen. So it still hurts. And then I played golf the next day, so it's like
text in the chat from Pesky Blues, our friend at Liquid Trunking. It's funny as I'm in the midst of waiting for an important text back from Mick Texter.
I don't wait. Does he need a text back? I thought we were all good.
Will you take a couple seconds to do that? And I will just remind you that you can
always. I mean, sorry. He asked if I had a preference. Sorry, Pesky.
Yeah, you're just a bad texter. There's really no other way around it. But it's good that you and Josh have a good, healthy text relationship. Because I'm sure
he tells me what's on the show, and I
don't say a word.
Yep. That's good.
Well, we did text about yesterday how a certain Nebraska athletic department member might be listening to Middays with Matt.
Oh, that's exciting.
So a lot of the words we were saying just went over the air on a different radio station yesterday.
That's exciting.
Anyway,
did he announce the yogurt with Dannen too?
We had a lot of good ideas.
I was listening to that.
We were spitballing.
There was another one that made me laugh, but I don't remember now what it was off the top of my head. But I was tuned in.
Burying people at Memorial Stadium? Was that one?
No, wasn't that one. Oh, it was the Sioux Financial.
Sioux Financial Advisor?
Josh, first bit of advice, don't take stupid financial advice classes.
I thought the Sioux Financial Advisor.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
I think we bet pretty high, or go pretty high.
I liked it.
Where do I go to get my watch fitted?
Fitted?
Yeah. Because I got a watch.
Do you need like a link taken out?
Yeah, it's a little too loose.
Oh, go to like a watch store.
A kiosk at the mall?
Okay.
Oh, I've never done the kiosk.
I don't know.
In Lincoln, there's like a couple stores that specialize in
watch
not in
repair
Lincoln. I assume Omaha, a larger community with even more stores and more people to service their watches, probably has a watch store somewhere. So if you took your device that's a phone that you don't text on, but you punch in watch store into your Apple map.
I was hoping maybe you would have a guy.
I don't have a guy.
I was hoping you'd be like my guy Cecil.
That's a good watch guy.
Exactly. Cecil. He does it for me all the time.
I have a clock that I need to get repaired, and I've needed to get this repaired for roughly 7 years.
And I got a guy named Doug for you.
that I drove by all the time, that if I just took 6 minutes and drove by and dropped it off, it would have been fixed in probably a day and a half. And I never did it. And now we're in Omaha, and I still need to get this thing repaired. And why, I don't even know anymore. But it's a Nebraska football helmet that's
nice.
Clock. It looks really cool.
That's so dope.
And it just needs the mechanism to be fixed a little bit. And I can't do it. And it would look really cool to be in the garage or wherever I need to put it. It's just kind of a cool piece. And I just haven't done anything with it for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I think we're headed for at least another 5.
That's me and my Kyle Schwarber jersey right now, where I've had a
What do you need done with your Kyle? Oh, to frame it.
Frame it. But like everywhere I go, it's like a couple $100. I'm like, I don't
get one of the shadow boxes for Michaels.
People
you know what Michaels is?
Have you
been to the internet?
I've been to Michaels once.
Okay, good. So go on the internet and just put Michaels jersey shadow box.
Yeah, that sounds
and then you can buy
$100. I could go play blackjack. You know, there's a lot of things I could do with $100.
Now you're just being ridiculous.
Many people in the chat,
welcome to the show.
They're saying you should go to a jeweler and not a kiosk.
Yeah, but they're gonna take a bite of my what if I go to a jeweler.
Not necessarily.
I don't know. I don't know how much this would even cost.
To have a link replaced shouldn't be that, or removed shouldn't be that expensive.
It's a Citizen's watch.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, that doesn't mean that it's some sort of Japanese watch.
I got it from, I got it using
I heard about those during our post CWS wrap up at Farmer Brown's.
Really?
Yeah. Producer Nick has a Japanese watch.
What a shocker.
That's right.
What a shocker. I used my United Explorers miles to buy this watch. I had a lot of miles. I was like, oh, look, it's got a gift shop.
You think you're going to become a watch guy?
No, hell no. I got this because I was like, I'm an adult. I need a watch. When I go to like the Nebraska Broadcaster Association Hall of Fame.
Can you just wear an Apple Watch?
You got a pocket watch.
No, and I don't have an Apple Watch.
You do have a pocket watch. It's right there on that pad of paper.
No, it's not for the time. It's more for like, oh, Matt's got a watch.
It's also a good paperweight.
It's a status thing.
Yeah, not a status.
Yeah, you're trying to prove.
I don't want to be the only guy that doesn't have a watch.
That's fine.
All the grown-ups have watches. I now need to be a grown-up. I need a watch.
He's trying to put on airs.
I started drinking whiskey because I thought that's what adults do.
Yeah, see, I did that too. I started going to proof whiskey, and I started trying all the different ones and tasting, and I was like, oh, this has got like a vanilla note.
There's enough, breadcrumbs to lead you back to the trail that Matt is cosplaying an adult with some of it. That's how he's gotten into golf lately.
Okay,
he got into bourbon.
Golf though is
whiskey.
a couple other is a whole other thing.
Now the watch.
My gym has a golf sim, so that's part of it.
He's got a gym
that I do now have. Yeah,
he's going and getting private workouts. I talked to your tee box coach the other day. He said that he can confirm that you can hit the ball 265. We did have a discussion about what on average means, and he did agree with us.
He clowned my ass about it. He was like, you're lying. I go, I know.
He said you're putting in good work there, and he's been really happy with it. So
Stibbs has recommended a watch repair shop that is also a jeweler. No free plugs. We'll let everyone know.
Okay, cool. Stibbs goes, I have a status watch. Nothing wrong with a status watch.
No, I have a status watch too. It's just funny because I feel like you specifically bought this watch for a status watch. My status watch was I won it in a raffle.
I want to win more things in raffles. I don't win raffles.
Actually had some pretty good raffles.
I don't win raffles
lately in life.
It's tough.
I won a Scotty Cameron putter last year on a singular raffle ticket in this golf event that everybody is just dumping all of these raffle tickets in. I threw in one and I walked away with a $600 putter.
My buddy Mike, he's got a Scotty Cameron putter. I played with him on Sunday. He didn't miss one putt.
Oh, I missed all my putts.
Okay.
It didn't make me any better. But it looks cool, and everyone's like, oh, that's a nice putter.
Stibbs
and then they think I'm going to putt well.
Yeah.
And so actually where it helps is when you're close to that, gimme range, and people are like, well, that guy's got a Scotty Cameron.
He's good.
He looks like he can putt.
He's good.
So then they're giving me, instead of giving me all right, you got to putt out that 3-footer. They're like, he's good.
You're good.
What they don't know is the closer I get, the just more horrible things can go.
New putter is coming.
Oh, where is it? You don't have money for a shadow box, but you're buying putters and watches.
New putter is coming in December.
Oh, okay. All right.
Skips goes, I have a status watch. It's okay. I use it for weddings, fancy dates, and your haters' funerals. Very funny. Very funny. That's the crossover. That was fun. Great time. Mike Schaefer, haven't talked to him forever. Great talking to you, my friend. Middays with Matt, coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook. Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt live and rolling on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson, as I am canceling multiple memberships right now.
Yeah, you got the renew hit your card, and it. I don't want to say infuriated you, but you did not know it was coming. Oh God! Oh God! Don't do that.
It was just hitting the bill of my hat.
I thought it was your laptop for a second. I don't know why that's on me. I'm an idiot.
Aren't we all? Isn't that the point of the show?
A little bit, yeah.
Listen, the whole forgetting my keys and leaving my wallet. I'll tell you a couple of things that irk me too about the whole me leaving stuff places. If I have my wallet down here, okay, say I put it down right here.
It's notably on the countertop instead of in your pocket.
Well, I don't like having things in my pocket.
I'm the same way, actually.
And I walk 5 feet this way, right? And then I walk back, and I was like, oh, and I grab my wallet. Some people, Connor Happer, would say, you forgot your wallet. What is this guy doing? I don't know what he's showing.
He's got parts in a Ziploc bag.
What are you doing? What are you showing? I have to talk to you later.
Oh, that's paraphernalia.
What is this?
That was out on our emergency stairs.
Paraphernalia.
What is paraphernalia?
It's a pipe.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to be coy.
Okay. I clearly don't. I don't do this stuff. I don't. If it was a Miller Lite can, I would know. I would know what it is. But
it's evidence as well. Keep it in the bag.
Okay. I was about to put my fingerprints all over this thing. I had no idea. Okay, cool. How does this apparatus even work? I thought it was something you put on a shade. I thought it was like a curtain decoration. Where do you even blow out of? Oh, you put it in here and then you go like that. Okay. These kids are getting creative.
Huh.
What?
Okay.
Not a weed guy.
If you left your pipe at Usher Media, we have it in our lost and found. Please come and collect it.
All the comments are coming in. Kenneth goes, that's where I left that. Pesky Blues goes, crap, was wondering where I dropped that. Stibbs called me a square. Not a weed guy. Matt McMaster. Clearly.
We don't know if it's weed in here.
Yeah.
It could be other drugs.
Could be. You know what? That is a heavy duty paraphernalia right there.
Now he's using the word.
What were we talking about? Oh, me leaving my wallet.
Yeah.
Places.
People sort of prey on you to leave things on a counter and take 3 steps.
And then
they can go, oh, he left it there.
And then our friends, some people will even go they will be like, oh, Matt left something somewhere. And they will take the time to announce it in front of everybody.
Oh, Schaefer, you left your muff.
Hey,
here.
Schaefer,
is that your pipe that you left here?
They could have told me. There are people who could have told me I left something somewhere at any point, and yet they wait until they have an audience to go hey, you left your bag at this place. It's sitting in the office. You left your bag over there. That annoys me. All right, that teases me. That pisses me off. Now, that's me getting mad at other people. I will never get more mad at myself, though, than when I quickly sign up for a discounted membership and then don't cancel that discounted membership, and then I get charged the full price. I will never be more mad at myself when that happens.
I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to say, I know, Josh, I know. But if enough people tell you this, you will do it. I promise you, it happens. It happened to me when I was younger. You get the discounted subscription, you immediately cancel
I know.
it and just let it run.
I don't know. I like the reason why I write all of my notes down on a piece of paper is because it makes me not lazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I have to write it down. I have to think it out. Anything on my phone, because I just have access to it all the time, I get lazy. I'm like, oh, I'll do it later.
I do that with reverse stats a lot. Like, if I'm just reading it off the computer screen, like I won't remember it. If I enter it into a spreadsheet of my own or a document of some kind, I'm more likely to remember it. Now, it's not a foolproof plan, but it works.
It's not foolproof, but it definitely is. But when I was like prepping on my phone, I just felt like I would just forget all that stuff, or I wouldn't be organized. The amount of times that I would write down like paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs and notes on a doc and then never look at that doc because it's just awkward to do that is different. Now I look down at these pieces of paper all the time, but that's the thing. I'm kind of fired up right now. Kind of fired up.
Many people asking if you're willing to disclose the subscription and its price.
It's True Classic Tees.
Okay.
You
have a subscription T-shirt.
Because I subscribed to it to get a 5-pack of discounted tees.
Okay.
And I got that 5-pack.
Are these fancy tees or like white tees?
They're like the Josh Pate tees.
Okay.
Where they're like loose fitting at the stomach, but tighter around the shoulders and chest. And it was great. I got a 5-pack for like $45, but then you had to sign up for a subscription. And then I forgot to cancel it. And then I got the shirts and then it's just a whole thing. Also chess.com. I've been playing
chess. Not chest.
Chess.
Okay.
Chess.com. No. Chess.com would be a different website.
In a related story, OnlyFans announced today that 5,000 members have become millionaires thanks to their service. Go ahead, Matt.
Joy to the world.
Not quite odd enough to be odd news, but I did read it, and you're going to hear about it.
Great people over there at OnlyFans. Great people. Put on a graphic. No, that did not happen this time. This time it was chess.com and True Classic Tees. And then there was it was just those two. I got very upset about it. Very upset. I've been playing like the like back and forth, the dipsy do with chess.com where it's like, oh, I'm going to cancel. Oh, I'm going to cancel. Oh, I'm going to do it. Oh, I'm going to do it. Oh, I'm going to do it. And then they got my ass. They got my ass for $20.
This is me being ignorant. Hand up. You can't find a game online for free with someone in
it is
God
for free.
Knows where.
This is like Tinder, right? Where like when people first got Tinder and they were all getting these likes, you could get Tinder Gold and you could see all the people who like you and you're like more likely to get matches. But then you find out that you can just play, you could play Tinder without paying the premium. With chess.com, it's kind of the same. Or because when you're bad like me, they review, if you get the premium, they review all your games. You know, they do all the reviews and they tell you what you did wrong and what you did right. And it helps you get better. So they give you like actual perks on chess.com when you sign up for it. You don't need it, but it's much better when you have it. And then you don't have it and you go, why did I ever have it? And so that's what happened to me. I got it. It was nice that I didn't have it. Then I was like, I'm cool. Then it was like 99 cents. I was like, great. If it's 99 cents, I'll just take advantage of it. Didn't cancel it. Paid $20. Very upset. Mike goes, hope to God my daughter named Kennedy is not on OnlyKens. Oh, that's because Kenneth goes, whoa, what's going on here? Kenneth goes, OnlyKens, and it's just me being sad about sports. Skibbs goes, how many Blue Chews do you have coming to you? That's funny.
Not a denial.
Stibbs did not like to say, no, absolutely not. Stibbs goes, only Stibbs, and it's me just doing the Vince McMahon face while watching Dumper home runs. Hey, big win for the Mariners yesterday.
3 of them. He might get more than 60 hits this year.
How about it?
His 60 home run season.
Seattle Mariners, they are only 3 games back of the Texas Rangers.
That's wild because every Mariners fan I know, and trust me, the Mariners have earned this. Like, the fans do not believe in them. But they're right there. They're right
games
there.
Hey, by the way, dog hit yesterday.
Hello.
Jose Urquidy, 5 runs, 3 innings yesterday. He got blown up, just like I said. Texas Rangers went 11-2 over the White Sox. So there you go. Only 3 games back for the Seattle Mariners. Big game tonight for the Chicago Cubs, who continue their series against the Diamondbacks after winning 7-0 yesterday. We will be locked in. What time are the Braves playing today?
I believe it's 6:05 on TBS.
1620 The Zone is trying to send somebody to Eugene, Oregon to watch the Nebraska Cornhuskers play the Ducks. We have a sheet right here. It is duck-related questions, okay? You can't see the answers right here, but it's duck-related questions. We are going to ask 2 of these duck-related questions today. You're then going to email Josh Hodson, okay? And then if you get the answer to our duck questions right, you are going to get some bonus entries into potentially being sent to Eugene, Oregon to see Nebraska play the Oregon Ducks. We will do that at 12 o'clock today. So I will ask at 12 o'clock today, I will ask 2 duck-related questions. You will answer those questions. You'll get bonus entries to win our Oregon trip contest. You can enter right now, though, at 1620 The Zone.
You don't have to win anything. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to know ducks. You can enter online.
But
this is for a bonus entry, help improve your shot.
Yes, giving you more tickets in the raffle bucket. We have a fun show for you today. Troy Dannen spoke yesterday on the Husker Sports Radio Network. Real quick, team clap for Kyle Crooks. I thought he did a great job yesterday. I don't know how those shows are made and how they go through, does Dannen know the questions that are coming or stuff like that? I thought Kyle did a great job, though. And he asked him some pretty tough questions, some pretty just front-facing questions, some pretty, hey, let me know it. Thought he did a really good job broadcasting, having that interview, creating a good environment for Dannen to say some very honest things yesterday. We're going to play a clip of Troy Dannen talking, Husker Sports Radio Network, Inside Baseball here. I don't like posting, having us play clips that are longer than 30 seconds on the show. Okay. I think it just at times can be a little bit boring. This clip that we're going to play today is about a minute.
Whoa.
Okay. And the reason it's a minute is because there's a lot in there. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of you and me, Josh, because we kind of talked about some of the things that he spoke about yesterday. Dannen, great article. Tom Chattel, had that interview. Dannen says, look, man, we are revenue share. Her revenue generation is the name of the game. And my number one job is the ability to generate revenue. And I understand that people are upset about it, but this is the game we have to play. We have to get more money to the athletic department because we have to have money to be able to put the best athletes in Nebraska jerseys throughout the athletic department. And there is a push and pull of frustration where it's I totally understand Troy Dannen's job is get more money to the athletic department. That's the game you have to play. It is a very, very difficult job, and it's a job that I don't want to have. At the same time, your solution to everything cannot be having, prioritizing donor dollars in order to get better postseason tickets, for baseball and softball and whatever. And your solution to everything cannot be, hey, we're going to reseat, and the only way for Joe and Susan to keep their tickets is that they're going to have to donate gobsmacks of money in order to go up the donation tiers list so they can get higher priority. That cannot be your answer to everything. I get it. It's the game you got to play. It's a hard job to do, but your reliance cannot always be just on the fan to continue to give their hard-earned money. You have to find other ways to do it. He addressed that directly yesterday and honestly said the things that I didn't know if he would say. I didn't anticipate him basically calling out corporate sponsorships and being like, he at one point literally said, the fans are doing their job. The season ticket holders are doing their job. The donors are doing their job, but we're trying to get corporate more involved. That's something, man. Like to say that. And I was impressed by it, but at the same time, get to work, brother. You know, like, okay, great. Glad that you acknowledge that. Glad that that's what you know that you have to do. And that's the well you got to pick out of more, but get to it, right? Like you got to find ways to convince these people, convince these corporate entities to put their brand and to put their logos and to put their companies on your jerseys that sponsor your athletes and all that sort of stuff. So we'll play that clip. We'll talk about that clip in a couple of minutes here. It's not Thursday, but I don't care.
Sorry, I'm slow.
You're okay. I don't care about LSU. I'll tell you why. The Big Ten made an announcement today. They're blocking NFLers from coming to the Big Ten. I can't believe that's something we actually have to do. But they're not allowing people who signed NFL contracts to go to the Big Ten. Once again, crazy we have to do that. I'm not going to freak out about it because I freaked out about it so many times now in terms of all these different rulings that have happened in the NCAA at LSU. But then I'll give you the details and I'll tell you how I feel about Lane Kiffin and Will Wade just completely mucking up college sports. Also have plenty of other little house cleaning things to do today. We'll talk briefly about Nebraska volleyball. Their season is just right around the corner. Dannen talked about some other things too on his Husker Sports Radio Network conversation with Kyle Crooks yesterday. Briefly touched on pro athletes being back in college. He laid out how Nebraska's handling some 2022 eligibility stuff. He also talked about how he just thinks the NCAA completely botched the implementation of the 5-for-5 eligibility. I thought that was very interesting.
Dweebs.
Thank you. Very accurate. Dead to us, the NCAA. Do you already have that going?
I can add them.
All right. Thank you. Also talked about the CFP. He is a member of the College Football Playoff Committee.
Hello.
Which always interesting to get his insights on that. He did, by the way, Troy Dannen.
Guy in the room. All right.
Troy Dannen, slight ball knower, also might be listening to Middays with Matt. Okay.
Hi, Troy.
Great to have you, Troy. Appreciate you listening to us. He called the linebacker room the deepest Nebraska's had it under Matt Rule. Oh. Come on now. You got it.
That's not his job.
I know, right?
Wow,
but
okay.
That's Troy. Handshake meme. Absolutely. They got a deep linebacker room. The best, the most talented they've had under Rule. I'm like, look at this guy. He's got to tune in a little bit. They're calling out the corporate sponsorships, saying the NCAA botched how they did the 5-for-5 eligibility. Now he's calling the linebackers deep. I know he's a Dawson Merritt guy. He's got to be a Dawson Merritt guy. Anyway.
And you're a Merritt Beeson guy.
We interviewed her once. Absolutely. We support the Omaha Supernovas.
It's a friend of the show.
Very good friend of the show. He also talked about the college football playoff. 24 teams. Seems like it's on the way. He revealed they're in talks with 2 other Power 4 teams to have home and home series with them after 2027.
Challenging game.
Josh and I will reveal the teams that we want Nebraska to play. And then we will guess the teams Nebraska will actually play. And there will definitely be a discrepancy between the two. We'll also talk about Nebraska flag football. Women's flag football coming a year earlier than expected because of 5-for-5 eligibility. How big will that get? And we will do buy, sell, hold, or bet today. We will talk about Kansas State. Quick housekeeping here. We were going to talk about Iowa today. I was trying to book an Iowa guest for today. That Iowa guest will actually come on tomorrow. So we'll do the Iowa Hawkeyes tomorrow. We'll do Kansas State today. We'll pick another team. That'll be around the 1 o'clock hour. Tim Verghese joins us at 12:20 of Inside Nebraska and Rivals. Michael Severe, who is already on the station for 4 hours today, will join us at 11:20.
He saved the good opinions for us.
That's exactly what he did. And talking about opinions, NFL rivalry jerseys are out. We'll take a look at said jerseys, say what we think about those jerseys. Overall, pretty good. Pretty good. We don't have any disasters. We don't have like the Buffalo Bills gray jerseys. We're all like, barf. That sucks.
That's spoiler alert.
But I'll tell you which one my favorite jersey is, and it's not the Houston Texans. Not the Houston Texans. I don't want to spoil any bit more. No, it's not the Bears either.
Oh, okay.
The Bears can never have great alternate jerseys unless they're just the Orange Crush. And even then, like, how can you get any more creative than that? Like, you can only do blue and stripes so much. It's one of those things. All right, going to take a break. Talk about Troy Dannen and his interview with the Husker Sports Radio Network coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
Listen to Middays with Matt here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Josh Hodson, Matt McMaster. We talked about an athletic director here in the state of Nebraska yesterday, Troy Dannen. We had fun with it. Talked about his comments in a Omaha.com article. You know, I said it yesterday, like, it's tough when you read those articles and, like, read those quotes. It's like you don't hear him saying, like, you don't hear him, right? You're just reading this stuff, so you don't know his tone. But I did get the sense that, you know, he was a little frustrated in explaining, like, look, man, like, we got to get revenue to the University of Nebraska. We have to get money to this athletic department. That is the name of the game. He said it himself. The number one ability right now for people in my job is, how do you generate revenue? Like, how are you able to generate that revenue to your athletic department? And, you know, he even mentioned how, you know, people calling and complaining and even at times threatening and saying, you know, being very upset with what they're doing to maximize, to optimize volleyball revenue, baseball revenue, basketball revenue, softball revenue, football revenue. Like that's not going to change anything. Like, these are just kind of the things they need to do. And additionally, that they didn't really, like, hadn't done things that other athletic departments had done in terms of reseeding, in terms of grandfathering people in, right? They had allowed season ticket holders in football to be grandfathered in to not pay that initial, like, donation fee, right? Like, he was trying to explain through that article, like, look, man, we've done some really, really good things for our season ticket holders, for our fans. But now we're at the time where, like, this is the shift we have to make. These are the things we have to do in order to be competitive, in order to win, like everybody wants us to win here in Nebraska football in particular. And, you know, Josh was spot on yesterday when he said, look, I get it, but I'm giving you all I got, Captain. You know, I've given you a ton of money. Groceries have never been more expensive. Gas has never been more expensive. Food, I mean, it's tough for people just in general to, you know, buy the everyday things that they need. And it's only become more difficult in this current economy. And you have this athletic director who's telling you, we need more from you. We need more from you. Like, what more do you want? Right? I've given you a lot. That's how a lot of Nebraska athletic fans feel. And especially, I mean, man, that the stories that came out of volleyball reseeding where, you know, season ticket holders were told one thing and it ended up being a whole other thing. And I think that, you know, situation definitely led to them rethinking what they were going to do with the basketball reseed. And so I view the situation that Troy Dannen is currently in, with being the athletic director of Nebraska, with having a ton of expectations across multiple sports, with the arms race that is just trying to get more money to your athletic department. I look at that and I go, man, like, that's a tough job. That's a job that I wouldn't want to have. At the same time, the solution to everything cannot be asking Susan and Joe to give you more money. It cannot be asking Tom and row 77 to give you more cap. You got to find more new and creative ways to do it, like he said himself that they are trying to find to do. And so yesterday he's on the Husker Sports Radio Network, and I was kind of recapping what Josh and I talked about yesterday. That was the core of our convo. A lot people are giving you a lot of money, man. Your fans are giving you a lot of money, man. Your donors, your season ticket holders are giving you a lot of money. What more do you need? At the same time, this is the job that's got to get done. These are the things that have to happen for Nebraska to be competitive. He was on the Husker Sports Radio Network yesterday, and he called some people out that I didn't think he would call out. He said some things, some very honest things that I didn't necessarily anticipate. Josh, play the clip.
I don't know where we'd be without FNBO right now. What they did in the spring to step up and partner with our kids at the time we went through the arbitration to do deals with our kids. But for every FNBO, there are places that have walked backwards from it. And the fact of the matter is everybody has to invest. You know, if you say it takes a village to raise a child, well, it takes a village to build a championship football program. And as a part of that, I think our ticket holders have stepped up to the plate. Our donors have certainly stepped up to the plate. You know, we raised $20 million last year in what I would call is philanthropic support for the programs. And that number was 1 when I got here. And it was 20. So the donors and the fans have stepped up and supported it. Now, what other parts of the village do we need to step forward? And not pointing fingers, it's going to sound like I'm pointing fingers, but the corporate community, the institution itself, you know, those are the other parts of the village that a lot of our work right now is around trying to get them to the plate and support in every way.
Brother, it's okay to point fingers. It's okay.
I do it every day.
It's fine. Point the thumb. I don't care what you do. I think that it's a very calculated, a very smart, very aware statement from him to say, yeah, our season ticket holders have stepped up. Our donors have stepped up. We got other people, though. We have corporate sponsors that have taken a step back, that haven't partnered with our athletes, that haven't partnered with us, that haven't, given what maybe we expect them to give. What does he say? Takes a village. It's going to take all of us to do this. Nebraska doesn't have the chicken finger man. They don't have the billionaire donor who's going to fund this thing all himself. No, this is a university that's going to need all hands on deck in order to get the money and generate the revenue to put the best possible product out on the field. And for him to just say plainly and put the pressure on these corporate sponsors to, step up a little bit more, now back up and also give this, because here's the thing, right? The fan base is doing their job. The season ticket holders are doing their job. And I think now Dannen saying, hey, we need the corporate sponsors to step up. It all looks like we're all a family, like we're all a team, like you're all trying to do this. And I think it puts pressure on those corporate sponsors for the fans to say, hey, whomever, why don't you sponsor this athlete? Or why don't you help, why don't you partner up with the athletic department more? Why don't you do this? Or why don't you do that? I think it was very calculated for him to get on this platform, for him to say, hey, our fans are doing our job. It's the other people around us that need to help us. It was a very calculated move by him yesterday.
An excellent example of like a very rare, simultaneously, it is a pivot and damage control. It is.
Yes.
Whoa. Okay. I said some things over the weekend. These are whether they were intended to be or being construed as, kind of attacking the fans, the ticket holders. I got to get away from that. Why don't I talk to the people who have money, quote unquote, the corporate donors? They're always trying to get things out of us. Why don't I change the wording on it and go after the corporate dollars?
It's an acknowledgement of what we know, right? And not an acknowledgement of the corporate side, but an acknowledgement of you have asked people to reseat. You have asked people to up their donation tiers. You have asked people to, put down a little bit more skin if they want to get better postseason tickets. You have asked the fans and the season ticket holders to do a lot. And while they've done it begrudgingly, they've still done it. There's a good article by Justin Frommer who talked about, he had that one individual in particular who, they pooled together, money with their family, upped their tier, wanted to get their same seats at, volleyball reseating. They did all that. They gave to the athletic fund just for what? For their tickets could be cut in half and then them to be moved. But they still did it, right? But they still gave that money. They still stepped up. There were so many of those types of stories throughout the message boards and Twitter and social media and all that types of stuff. It is, Josh, a pivot and an acknowledgement of what people know. It's going to take a lot, right? Nebraska doesn't have the luxury in terms of finances that other teams have the luxury to do. But at the same time, it's an unfair ask to just say, hi, all you fans out there, all of you, you are the only ones who are contributing to this. And what did he say too? He goes, that's our focus. That's our job to get these corporate sponsors more online. That's our thing we're focusing on. Okay.
They got people in their building specifically for corporate donorship. There are people that own businesses today that are sponsors of Husker Athletics that are probably going to pick up the phone today and say, are we good? Am I doing my part? Or, they're going to get mad and go, how could you? Rah, rah. But there's also going to be guys that like, hey, are we good? What can we do to help out if there is something we can agree on?
When you say when you outwardly say the season ticket holders and donors are doing their job, you're putting it out there, man, right? You're acknowledging that. And now what do season ticket holders and donors say? Hey, I'm doing my part, like I'm doing what I'm supposed to do.
Absolutely.
You put pressure on the people who aren't doing their part, and you put pressure on yourself a bit too to get that thing rolling. For him to outwardly say that, right? And for them to have that conversation, hey, they could, J.O., that's a controlled environment, right? Like they could fly right by that. They don't necessarily, they don't have to talk about that stuff.
He didn't have to be as detailed as he was.
Not at all.
He could have said there's one segment that's doing their part and another segment that isn't, and left it at that.
Or he could have doubled down on what he's continued to say and say, you know what, these are the prices, we should have done this a long time ago, and I understand fans are upset, but these are the things that, we have to do, and other athletic departments have done it. He could have doubled down on the other things that he said and pinned more responsibility on the fans, and he decided not to. He strategically decided not to and put pressure elsewhere. I saw the quotes come on Twitter first, and I go, whoa. And then I went back and I listened to it. I go, wow, like that's something, man. And you're right, Josh. Like you hope, I don't think, we're assuming, right? But you hope there's an immediate impact from that. And then there are people not just on Nebraska's side getting on the phone, going elsewhere. There's the calls coming the other way. Hey, are we not doing our part? Are we who Troy's talking about? Because
you want some more?
We can figure this out. You hope.
Pepsi Pavilion? Easy for me to say.
Oscar Jacobson did have a really good tweet where he's like, insert donors names, social area here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did mention that yesterday where they're going to wait a little bit to announce what different areas will be called based on donors, which was pretty.
We're going to wait on that?
I guess he's not. I don't know. He said like he's not going to. They're not going to announce it right away.
We're like 10 days from the season, man.
No. He's talking about the Big Red rebuild.
Oh, okay.
Like when they build some new areas, right? Like they'll be called whatever they're called. We'll talk about other things that Troy Dannen discussed. He talked about pro athletes coming back to college. We'll talk about R.J. Lewis and Daquan Wright of Ole Miss.
Is the Cole Swindell Cove in there? Cole Swindell Concert Cove?
I did listen to Cole Swindell on the golf course this weekend. He's a good artist.
Okay.
He is a good artist. I am here to tell you, he is good at his job. He sings very well. He's got some good songs too. Is he Luke Combs? Absolutely not. Is he going to keep people in seats for the North Dakota game? No. I don't. You think anybody?
So weather dependent.
Do you think? Do you think anybody is going to that North Dakota game being like, I want to see Cole Swindell?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. I would. I'm just too football, man.
I think there are people that love a social gathering, that probably love country music around these parts, that are just like, yeah, sure, we were going to go to one of the non-con games anyway because, we don't go to a game all the time. We go once a year, and it's when we can find tickets to the quote unquote lesser opponents, we like to go. And yeah, absolutely, they'll make a day of it. Not for me, but
I think the students will like it. I think the students will.
Okay.
I think they'll pull in a group of students that maybe isn't too into football.
Have a neutral. Watch a man wearing far too many clothes in the September sun sing a song.
He is going to wear a lot of clothes, right? Jeans, belt buckle, big boots, probably a button-up
Carhartt,
shirt.
yeah.
Yeah, little
It's 95
tank
out cold.
top
What are you
under
doing?
it, you know, with a nice little hat. It's gonna be 88 degrees. I'm looking at the guy. I feel hot. I feel like I'm sweating. Anyway, we'll talk about pro athletes going back to college. We'll talk about Troy Dannen. Discussing the college football playoff and that field expanding to 24. RJ Lewis and LSU, along with who might Nebraska's non-con teams that they face off against be in the next couple of years, and then we have some funny golf stuff. Apparently, Akron is going to be hosting a PGA Tour event with LeBron into golf. But before we talk about all of that, Michael Severe joins us here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. A lot of Dos Equis themed rejoins. I don't know if we thought that would happen when we first created Middays with Matt.
Probably shouldn't have played those back to back. I apologize. That one's on me.
I think you actually should have.
Accountability.
No, I think that actually it's great that you played it. Now, can you ask me what my favorite Mexican beer is?
Matt, what's your favorite Mexican beer?
It ain't Dos Equis.
Oh, no. But you love their marketing.
I think their marketing is incredible.
I'm sorry. You think their old marketing
I think their
is
old
incredible.
marketing is incredible. I think how they used to market was top notch.
I don't think they do that anymore.
See, but now we do it. It's called parody.
Someone
we do
had
great.
to do it.
Look, Dos Equis just went ahead. They went from promoting great beer to now we just steal it to promote great radio. That's all we've done. I do prefer Corona.
That's your Mexican beer of choice?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
a Corona. Pacifico's overrated.
I agree with that.
Modelo's pretty good. I think Modelo, the black Modelo Cafe or whatever they call it, that's a really good beer, actually. I'm trying to think. I should know way more of these, considering who I grew up with. No, the second Modelo. No, those are kind of the ones I've hit them. Pacifico's. Oh, some people swear by Pacifico.
Yeah,
get out of here. It's real, like, and it's maybe I don't like Pacifico as much because it's just like people get really excited about it. I don't think it's all that great.
I'm glad they have a passion in life.
I've had Mr. Beer Aztec before. That's Azteca or whatever it's called. I've had that. Racionale. Apparently, it's a non-alcoholic. Never mind.
It's the rational choice. Sure.
Yeah. Rationale. Look at that.
That cannot be how it's pronounced.
What? It's rational with an E on the end. Racionale. It's a Mexican non-alcoholic beer. Why are you shaking your head? That's how you're supposed to say it.
I think you're doing that thing that Americans do that, like, I have to pronounce every letter.
But I'm Latin. I'm telling you, racionale.
Yeah.
Like mariachi. Come on.
You nailed that one.
Thank you. Oh, Bohemia. I haven't had Bohemia before. See, I did it that time. Did you hear me with the Bohemia?
It's in there.
I did flum it out. PC goes, I remember when 24-ounce Mexican beers cost $8 at Creighton games. Same price of 16-ounce domestic beers at the time. Yeah, the Negro Modelo. Pretty elite.
Thank you for pronouncing that correctly.
I wasn't ever going to pronounce it the wrong way. It's a funny joke. I just never was going to mess that up.
You got to get that one right.
We got to get a lot of things right on this show.
And we do.
We try. Jimmy goes, I remember when beer wasn't available at college games and life was better. No, not really. No. Not at all. Not at all. I didn't really live in a world, though, without beer being at college sporting events, really. Because by the time I was a junior...
You didn't go through the struggles,
no,
man.
I didn't. By the time, because going to Northwestern games, I was too young to drink. Who cares? And they were all tailgating in the parking lot anyway. Also, nobody cared at Northwestern games. You could walk into Welsh Ryan Field with a beer. Nobody cared, right? Now, you walk into Memorial Stadium. By the time I was a junior, they were selling beer. That already happened. So it's like we were done. We were cool. By the time I turned 21, they were selling it already. By the time I turned 21, they were selling beer at Pinnacle Bank Arena when I was a junior. And it was really weird seeing kids walk in with 2 beers, just like sitting in the student section. Now, I don't remember if there were cup holders, and maybe they did that by design. So it was a little like a little of inconvenient to like be cheering there with 2 beers in your hand, but then we just drank them quicker, and I did not have a 999 challenge incident at Pinnacle Bank Arena.
You did not.
When I was in the student section.
Okay. Would you like to this fall when the basketball team, they're going to need a hook for Lemoyne. You might be the hook.
Are they going to need a village?
Yeah.
They're gonna need all the support they can get.
Look, Lemoyne is coming to town, everybody.
Guys, Lindenwood is on the schedule. We got to be careful for Maryland Eastern Shore. By the way, that's one thing that I am able to do that impresses my mother is I know so many universities. I know so many different colleges that exist.
Well, that's why, because when they come to town,
you're just like, oh wow,
never
heard of that one before. Lemoyne.
Put that in the Rolodex for when I'm trying to think of an obscure college to name.
It used to be Holy Cross for me, but then they're not as obscure as they used to be.
Oh, see, here's the perfect one. Wednesday, December 30th, Nebraska hosts New Haven.
That's
not a lot of buzz. It's the last non-con before the conference season starts. It's during winter break. They won't have the kids there to, liven up.
Yeah, because they need the kids there for that game.
They need somebody there.
By the way, I love that you and I both had the idea immediately to look up the Nebraska basketball schedule.
Because Lemoyne is a good candidate as well, but it's Monday, November 2nd. Like the kids are still, it's game one.
Well, wasn't there like some team a couple of years ago that played like Mary Seat College for women, but it was a men's basketball game or something like that?
Ennis Cantor?
No, I'm not that guy, not that clown. Okay. Talking about like an actual college basketball team. And they
have a men's team.
They played it was like it was something school, the Maryland College for Women, and it was their men's basketball team.
Incredible.
Wait, Maryland College for Women. I'm telling you this happened. Men's basketball team. No, it just immediately what comes up is the women's basketball.
Platt Cat says Georgia. There was a school in Georgia.
There you go. It was Georgia. And I think it was LSU. PC goes, don't sleep on Lindenwood football.
Hello.
Juan goes, it was always available. What are they? Oh, this is true. Juan, in reference to beer, he goes, it was always available if you were in the Suites or the Champions Club. I did hear of some of those stories before of like people taking up kegs to those places. So I was like, that's baller. Good for you.
Are you thinking of Georgia College and State University, which used to be named the Georgia College for Women?
Yes.
Okay.
And they had a men's basketball team, I believe.
They have a full lineup of D2 women's and men's sports there in Milledgeville, Georgia.
They had a full men's basketball team, and they were doing this bit, I believe it was on PMT, where they were going through funny non-con college basketball schedules, and the team was playing the Georgia College for Women.
I've been to Georgia,
You have?
Milledgeville, Georgia.
You have?
I have. That is where junior college stalwart Georgia military plays.
Are they a junior college stalwart?
Yeah.
Are you a little?
They run a fine program.
Are you a little
Milledgeville.
upset that you're not going on a PJ this year?
A little, because it's a fun weekend, but there's a lot of ancillary, like you got to do this, like for me.
Yeah, there's so many tough things to do to go on the PJ.
This is the exact reason.
So many tough things. You got to check with the pilot, and you got to write down what you want to eat.
I got to sit in that chair on the tarmac and have them wand me.
And it's like, I know the leg room it's fine, but it definitely could be better.
I want.
I mean, it's just like, do I want, the pimento cheese sandwich from Chick-fil-A, or do I want the spicy chicken?
It's really not like my wife gets mad at me for being gone a long time, for 72 hours and going on a plane. And I got to make sure everything's okay here. To have one day off, it takes 3 days of work. And it's okay that I'm not hopping on a PJ for Iowa Western football this year. Also, I'm sure Dr. Marshall, very appreciative of Iowa Western not taking a plane trip this year. Thank you, Dr. Marshall.
I don't know if I'd like a private jet experience. You know what? I think somebody needs to take me out to see if I'm right.
Maybe you could come work for the Reaver Sports Network next time we hop on a PJ.
I'll do that. I'm open to work.
And there is a distinction. This is a chartered flight. It is not a PJ, okay? We call it the PJ here colloquially. Difficult word for me to say.
If it's difficult for you, what do you think it's going to be for me, brother? So you think December 17th versus Mount St. Mary's is what will
the Mount?
They'll need me to. It is the Mount. Well, I didn't know that. FDU, Fairleigh Dickinson University, the Fighting Jordan Sarnoffs will be on the 20th. What a
coming back home,
dude. After Creighton, what a just terrible non-con slate.
Nobody will play them.
Southern U, Lindenwood, Lemoyne. I mean, they do play their fair share of P5 teams, though.
They got great exhibition games.
Dude, their exhibition schedule's loaded.
BYU and K-State, right?
St. Louis.
Oh,
they pay SLU. And SLU apparently paid like $10 million for their basketball roster this year.
Is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar still on the team?
I don't know.
Eligibility is a construct now. I understand that.
Where did eligibility is a construct? We'll talk about that at 12 o'clock before we get to Tim Verghese, because I have some things to say about LSU who are completely affecting and reckoning. They are the reckoning at this point. Some very interesting quotes coming from Lane Kiffin in terms of trying to get NFL players onto his roster. We were going to talk to Michael Severe. I think he's doing something else, so it's totally fine. I don't know if we'll get to him later. We will get to him at all. I'm not too worried about it. Something I did want to talk about with Michael, though. Interesting yesterday. Troy Dannen talked about how they are, think a little bit less than 2,000 tickets away from selling out Ohio. They're trending in the right direction to keep the sellout streak going. Putting all they got over 1,200 tickets sold on their new ticketing packages and stuff like that. And so it seems like the sellout streak is going to stay alive, which congratulations to the people who dearly care about that. It is like, it's interesting to me. Troy mentioned how when he got there, they hired a whole sales staff kind of to come in and create those packages and sell those tickets. And I did want to have a conversation with Michael about the evolution of that. And I do wonder, is it how much of a mix of it is? Like, if we're making like percentages, right? Nebraska football, Dannen, like admittingly having to come in, like hire in some sales, like bring in a salespeople who put these packages together and sell these tickets. Like, how much of a mix of them having to put in a little bit more effort? Because this is what the point's been, right? The point, there have been 2 points here when we talk about selling the tickets. Point one has been, oh my God, they're so desperate to keep the sellout streak alive. And then point two has essentially been, wow, they're putting in a lot of effort that they didn't have to previously put in to sell Nebraska football tickets. Those have been the 2 points of contention. I would love to have a conversation and maybe have a discourse of like, what is the mixture of Nebraska football being not so good over the last 10 years that causes you to put in more effort? And what's the mixture of it is way more convenient to just watch these games at home? I think that'd be an interesting roundtable discussion.
Yeah, I don't
like what is the actual mix of, if Nebraska football was still consistently winning 8-9 games in, competing in the, toward the second, third tier of the Big Ten, if they were, not that far away from the college football playoff, would they need this at all? Or would just the existence of it being expensive to go to games, it being expensive to, use gas, it being expensive to park, it being expensive to buy food and buy beverages, like, if Nebraska football was still great, would they still need all this stuff? I think that's an interesting convo to have, because I don't know if it's as much of a guarantee as people think, because it is just way more convenient to not go to these games than it is to go to these games. Right. I love going to games. You're never going to stop me going to games. That's how I am. But like,
I don't love it. I'll be honest.
There are plenty. Also, too, let's just be real here. You are a man. You have a family. Mm-hmm. You got a wife. You got a kid. You got to buy multiple tickets. You got to buy multiple drinks. You got to buy multiple. I'm sure for me, I love going to a game now. Hell, in 10 years, if I have a family of 5, right? That might be.
You need to get busy.
Okay.
Literally and figuratively.
It's a hypothetical, Josh Otts.
A family of 5 in 10 years.
You can do that. You can do that pretty quickly.
You can absolutely do that. I believe Antonio Cromartie did it.
You could churn that out. Yeah. I totally could have a family of 5 in 10 years.
I dare you.
I could meet somebody today. We could get married. We can get engaged in 3 years. We can get married in year 4, and then we can spit them out.
Yeah, it's absolutely mathematically possible.
You can churn butter.
Write this topic down.
Okay.
You said you wanted to discuss it. It'd be a good roundtable conversation. Funny you bring that up because we're having a roundtable at Oscars. We love Oscars. They love us. We'll be back there Thursday, September 3rd. Do whatever you got to do to knock off of work for a couple hours and join us out there Thursday, September 3rd out at Oscars.
If Nebraska football was still good, that's relative, right?
The slow ticket sales.
We'll say that.
Poor performance or rise of the home theater or something like that. I don't know.
If Nebraska football was still good, and I put in parentheses, Bo, not Tom, but Bo.
Good. Okay.
If they were Bo good, would you still have to put in more effort? Obviously, you would have to put in less effort than you do now, but would you still have to do all of the? I mean, Dana literally talked about it. He's like, yeah, we have a whole like sales thing that we like brought in that he had to would you still have to do that? Would you still even have this combo? Or would Nebraska be somewhat competitive? Would they be Bo good? And you'd still be like, wow, they have to use more, ticket packages than they had before. They have to put some of these helmet games on that they weren't previously. I think most people's answer would be like, no. If they were still Bo good, you wouldn't really have to. You'd have to put a minimal effort.
I can't imagine there would be this many different deals. Like it
would be
every 3 days there was a different deal or combination.
Admittingly, Josh, you're so right. Like the question is, would it be the same like now? It would not be the same. Sure. But would it be like, because this is why I wanted to have this conversation with Michael, because Michael was the first to point out, hey, they're putting the helmet games on the packages.
Yeah.
They haven't had to do that before. If Nebraska was Bo good, would they still have to put the helmet games on the packages?
Hey, buy Indiana at full price. We'll give you Bowling Green for pennies on the dollar.
Like, I don't think you're going to have to do the America 250 celebration if Nebraska's winning 8 to 9 games a year.
Or the student $25 ticket to not sit in the student section.
If Nebraska's Bo good, maybe this is the better question. If Nebraska is Bo good, are they still playing the Tennessee game?
Yes.
Yes, I would say so. I think if Nebraska was 8 to 9 a year, they'd probably be playing the Tennessee game. But we'll see. We will see. That's a good conversation to have for the roundtable. Write that down. If Nebraska was Bo good.
You love writing things down.
No, I'm going to keep this because now I'm going to remember. Bo good would they still play Tennessee?
You got to quarterback a whole hour with Connor, Mike, John.
I'm quarterbacking?
Josh.
I'm hiking them off sides?
It's your show.
Hell yeah, brother. I can't wait. That's going to be a ton of fun. I say that, by the way, happy. I say that like, hell yeah. It's my show, man. I'm going to do what I want.
Everyone's going to say, it's your show, Matt.
I'm
Just
gonna
drive.
I'm gonna look at John and go, did I say you could speak?
When I point to you.
When I point to you, you could talk.
I want your answer.
I want your answer when I point.
I don't want everybody talking over everybody.
Should I buy a pointer? Should I buy a little pointer?
Oh, like
point?
It's back to school season. I'll bet you could find one.
Or should we have a talking stick?
Yes.
For Oscars.
That.
When I give you the talking Bo Pelini doll, then you can say your opinion. And only until you get the Bo Pelini doll can you talk.
Shell. I'm talking.
Are we sure we need the cone of silence? I think we need to use the cone. Middays with Matt, the odd news of Josh Outside, coming up next year on MWM. Thank you, Dos Equis, man. We go to J.O. with the odd news. What do we got going, brother?
We go to Alabama.
Oh, Alabama, Arkansas.
Whoa. Sorry, in an effort to keep eyes on an internet page at all times, they move things around while you're reading. The losing streak in Huntsville, Alabama is over. Columbia High School snapped its 101 game winless streak Saturday.
Whoa!
With a 41-14 win over Greensboro in its season opener, led by second-year head coach and former NFL wide receiver Sammy Coates. I remember that name. Columbia snapped a futility streak that stretched back to 2015.
My God.
October 16th, 2015 was the last time Columbia High School won a football game.
My God.
When the Eagles beat Ardmore 34-16. The Eagles came close to snapping the streak last season. They fell to East Lawrence by just 4 points. Thought to be the longest streak in high school football, somebody at Max Preps is touting their own work, but when they uncovered a longer losing streak, which stretched 150 games at Red Lake High School in Minnesota back in 1999. Greensboro fell down. Greensboro got up on Columbia 14-0 before Columbia rattled off 41 points in a row.
Imagine being the guys from Greensboro.
Easy dub.
Can you imagine that?
They got up 14-0.
And they were like, cool.
Ball game.
Done.
Mm-hmm.
That's embarrassing to be the team that lost to the team.
Absolutely.
It's not even so much. Maybe I should be nicer and be like, great job, Columbia. Awesome job, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That'd suck too for Greensboro if Columbia ended up losing all the other games of the season. They go on another.
That was the one, yeah.
They go on another 11-year losing streak. Just a fluke to Greensboro.
Alabama high school football.
That is tough to lose 11 straight years.
Yeah.
That is remarkable. That's tough. It's tough.
And then to get an NFL player to coach your team.
Yeah. Hey, it worked out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Worked out. Odd news story number 2.
Germany. We go Bavaria.
Wow.
To be exact.
To Alabama to Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Only here on the odd news.
The 65th annual German Finger Wrestling Championships took place in Bavaria with about 150 competitors testing the strength of their digits. The contest held Sunday in Flugdorf.
Nice.
Features 2 competitors per round sitting on opposite sides of a table, linking their middle fingers with a leather loop. The 2 combatants then attempt to pull one another to their side of the table. So it's like a thumb wrestling.
It's like, but it's like a finger trap, right? You know those little finger traps growing up that those sucked, by the way.
Matches typically range from a few seconds to nearly 1 minute.
Oh, I thought you were going to say an hour.
Oh, God.
I was like, can you imagine pulling fingers for an hour? That'd be tough.
Ferdinand Seitz was named the champion in the senior category. There's a senior category.
Oh,
he said the pain is excruciating. I bet. It's the only winner I have in this article.
You don't have anybody else?
Nope, I don't have the men's.
Ferdinand.
Women's, yeah.
Once again, the same question stems for all these things. How do you know you're good at this? You know?
Yeah.
How do you know this is your thing? How do you know that you know what I'm good at, honey? Finger wrestling.
You know what I think I'm going to try? I'm going to go pro in finger wrestling.
Finger wrestling. That's what I'm going to try and do. How about that?
There's a joke that I'm thinking of and not going to say.
I think we were all thinking of jokes, Josh Hudson, and team clap for us for not saying them. Third final odd news story.
We go to Georgia, where a Walmart shopper is being looked for by local police after he was inside a local Walmart, saw $30 on the ground at the Walmart.
Okay.
Picked up the $30, put it in his pocket, and left the Walmart. Police would like to talk to this man for stealing.
Get out of here.
The Albany Police Department in Georgia posted a photo of the man and asked the public to help identify him after another shopper dropped the cash at a local Walmart. This guy picked it up and left. The department's post grew quite a bit of conversation from commenters who wondered
why.
What
You got better things to do.
Yeah, exactly. One user recalled finding a bank envelope containing $8,000 in a parking lot and said that was a different story. That's something you turn in, the commenter said. $30 found inside a Walmart, finders keepers. So I ask you, Matt, $30 on the floor of a Walmart, what are you doing?
Look, the moral thing to do, the ethical thing is to pick it up and look around. Anyone in my general vicinity? Is there anyone around me? Is there anyone identified? If I see somebody, I go, hey, $30 on the ground. You drop that? You did? Okay. Oh, I see somebody over. Hey, there was 30 grand. No, you didn't drop that 30? Did you? Okay.
Now,
no problem. If nobody, you ask multiple people in the area and they didn't say it's their 30, then that's yours. You can walk out. Now, if you don't ask anybody, if you just pick it up and you leave, morally and ethically questionable, yes. It's $30. It's $30. It's not the end of the world. That person who lost the 30, they'll probably find a 30 of their own in a couple of months.
Now, there's a wrinkle to this story that Kenneth has spoiled. And that's okay. That's okay. We were going to get there. They found the man. They questioned him about the $30. He gave it back to the original person who lost it inside the Walmart. The victim initially wanted to pursue charges, but changed their mind after getting the $30 back.
That's the victim's fault for who dropped the $30 on the ground. He didn't steal $30 from you. He found $30 you lost.
Georgia law specifically addresses loss or mislaid property, making it a crime to knowingly keep such property without first taking reasonable steps to return it to its owner. So there is a law that he was breaking by just picking it up and putting it in his pocket and not, hey, anybody?
Henceforth, morally and ethically questionable just to walk out the Walmart. Do we need a manhunt for this guy and go ahead and say we might press charges on him? Absolutely not.
I'll bet there were a lot of police in that station muttering to themselves, this is what we got to do now.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, why don't we just get cats out of trees for people?
This is what happens when you make Jeff the captain. You know, I mean, we got to follow the book now, everything to the letter. This, you know, we could be doing, you know, there's some Georgia football players, and I'm sure that are doing some no good on the.
I can guarantee it, Matt.
Running around back and left, or driving around. Should be, you know, on the lookout for those guys who are going 100 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone.
The real killers.
Not the $30 guy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Good job, Josh Johnson.
Thank you.
News scores. Hit it out of the park. Let's take a break here and talk about the Louisiana State University football and basketball teams. What a pain in the butt they have become to the NCAA. We talk about that next year on Middays with Matt.
It's time for the game that is sweeping the state of Nebraska. 1620 The Zone and our fine friends at Woodhouse Auto Family want to send you, that's right, you, to Oregon for the Nebraska game this October. Your chance to get registered comes if you can name that duck.
Presenting Name That Duck here on Middays with Matt, presented by our great friends at the Woodhouse Auto Group, looking to send you to Eugene, Oregon to see the Nebraska Cornhuskers take on the Oregon Ducks. Josh Odson, please do our first Name That Duck question.
You call us. Well, thank you. The phone is ringing. We're like, okay, nobody's calling. For an extra entry into the contest, 402-951-1620. Question number 1. This duck was Donald Duck's steady girlfriend.
Okay, this duck was Donald Duck's steady girlfriend. If you call in, you get a bonus entry to potentially win your way to Eugene, Oregon. Okay, if you get this question right, we're going to go ahead. You get bonus entries. So you don't win your way to Oregon. You get bonus entries to potentially winning your way to Oregon.
Odds are improving.
Your odds are improving if you get this question correct. This duck was Donald Duck's steady girlfriend. We go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. Colin is on line 2. Colin, this duck was Donald Duck's steady girlfriend.
Daisy
Duck, correct.
You got it!
Colin, you're going to get bonus entries. So you have a better shot now than you did before at earning or getting your way to Eugene, Oregon to see the Nebraska Cornhuskers take on Oregon. Thank you so much for calling in, Colin.
You.
All right. We're going to get Colin all.
Yeah, Colin, hang on.
Set up. Hang on right there, Colin. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get your information.
Matt will talk about something far more trivial than this.
Bonus
and I'll
entries.
get your info here.
Bonus entries. So we're going to be doing that all week. All week at 12 o'clock, we're going to go ahead. We'll lead in better next time. I'll let you know that we're doing that. That was my fault. Hey, accountability. Wow. Accountability.
What a guy.
Accountability. I didn't lead that in correctly. But tomorrow we will lead it and you'll get bonus entries. All right. So we're not if you get the duck question right, we're not sending you right to Oregon from here. We're giving you a better opportunity though to get to Eugene to see the Huskers play. All right. That was fun. That was a good time. We'll be doing that all week. Let's go ahead and touch on a couple of things throughout just sports real quick. Just a little house cleaning before we go ahead and talk about our main topic, which will be Lane Kiffin and the LSU Tigers. But Jeff Passan just released a podcast. He titled it "Everything You Need to Know About the Investigation into Dodgers owner Mark Walter and Guggenheim, why it's happening, what it involves, how it's got to the Dodgers, and what it means going forward. The full story that helps separate fact from fiction. Mark Walter, owner of the Dodgers, also was the owner of the LA Lakers. He had to sell his $12.5 billion sale of his Lakers stake, and it's amid a federal investigation into his business. And so that investigation could potentially lead him to selling the LA Dodgers and could cause potential controversy across Major League Baseball. Passan, I haven't, obviously, it just released right now, so I haven't listened to the podcast. I will be listening to this podcast because, out of nowhere, right? The Lakers were sold about a year ago. They're bought by Mark Walter. The last couple of months, Mark Walter has been putting in the basically Dodgers think tank into the LA Lakers, preparing to run the LA Lakers like the Los Angeles Dodgers. Out of nowhere, Walter decides to sell his $12.5 billion stake in the team. And then additionally to that, he's a federal investigation is going on into his handlings and his other businesses. And so what could this mean for the LA Dodgers? Well, I do want to read you this from Forbes article from Forbes.com. Shohei Ohtani has an opt-out clause if controlling owner Mark Walter or baseball operations head Andrew Friedman leaves. So Ohtani's unprecedented contract that he signed a couple of seasons ago, which has a lot of deferred money and it's worth $700 million, if Mark Walter or Friedman leave as the owner of baseball or head of baseball operations, Ohtani has the ability to opt out of that contract. So
interesting.
You know,
I don't think he would. He seems very happy there. Seems like a good city for him to be in, but it's interesting that he could.
This is a very unprecedented situation where, all right, well, if for whatever reason, right, Walter, he gets arrested or he does jail time or all that type of stuff amid this investigation, and then he's no longer allowed to be the owner of the Dodgers, you lose your owner who, you know, that kind of operation has caused a lot of success. But then on top of that, Shohei's gone. Shohei goes, all right, I'm out of here. Now, you have to realize with the CBA and the potential, now, Passan has, it's of his opinion that a salary cap isn't happening. You know, there might be other things that occur, but a salary cap isn't happening. But let's just play this hypothetical game where a salary cap does happen. Well, why would Shohei opt out, right? Because if he's going to opt out, that means he's going to get a contract that's way less than the one that he's currently owed. So I don't think he's going anywhere unless he could get a contract of similar value, and especially if he's coming off of winning another MVP and winning a third straight World Series. We will see. I think there would be plenty of teams that would be willing to get back into the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. That's a hot take. A hot take. More than likely, probably ain't going to happen. Who's leaving $700 million? Like, what are we doing?
Seems like a silly.
He would get a lot of that.
Sue would tell you not to turn down that much money.
Good news for the Indianapolis Colts, by the way. Alec Pierce, their offseason. I mean, he was with the team already, right? But they re-signed him to a pretty big deal. Had an ankle injury in training camp. He's expected to return to practice this week. Very sneakily, very under the radar. Shane Steichen, like hot seat guy right now. I feel like we're not mentioning that a ton. But
hello,
if the Indianapolis Colts start the season hypothetically like 2-7, 2-6, or they have a season where, look, 3 years he's been in Indianapolis, they've gone 9-8, 8-9, 8-9. They started off awesome last season, right? With Daniel Jones, and they went all in and they got Sauce Gardner. And they played like a very, very good team. But obviously, when you have to go and get Phillip Rivers to be your backup quarterback, right? I mean, it's one of those things where you're not necessarily set up for success. My apologies.
It happens.
I wonder, you know, I feel like we're just not talking about the fact that he might be, could he be a bet for the first coach could get fired this season in the NFL? I want to look this up. NFL first coaches could get fired.
Somebody's got a line on this.
To get fired.
I mean, it's got to be the Jets, right?
Aaron Glenn?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think the Jets are going to be pretty good, honestly. Outside of Geno Smith. I think the Jets have
they're in a similar Browns boat.
The Jets have a very talented.
The team is not good, but they have pieces.
All right, I have an article, but this is updated from that's like January. Here's one from August. So Aaron Glenn is on the top of the list. See, I don't think that. All right, I have odds right here for you.
Okay.
All right, here are the odds. Plus 300, Aaron Glenn. Plus 450, Zach Taylor. Plus 500, Dan Quinn. Plus 1,000, Brian Schottenheimer. Plus 1,500, Kellen Moore. Plus 2,000, Nick Sirianni. Plus 2,500, Todd Bowles. Aaron Glenn, I get. I don't think Zach Taylor's getting fired. I think the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be a really good team this year. I think
but if there's another injury and their record isn't very good.
But it's the Bengals. They don't fire anybody. That ownership doesn't fire coaches if they still have to pay.
I agree. But they're at a point where it's like, okay, we need sort of like the Bills, where it's like, okay, we can't keep beating our head against this wall. There needs to be a change in the building to show everyone we're serious about winning.
That front office is so cheap. That ownership is so cheap. Zach Taylor, they don't fire coaches. They still have to pay him.
When does Zach Taylor's contract run out?
I believe it's in 2 years.
Okay. Perfect timing for other local contracts that buyouts might become a little more palatable, and
it would be back in the
go
family.
back and get one of our own.
It would. I mean, that's what we do here.
Well, you got a zag on each hire, right?
Well, you go out of the family, then Frank.
Well, that didn't work. He never understood us.
Frank was in the family. Bill was out. Bo was in. Mike was out. Scott is in. Matt was out. You got to go back in.
That is how that works.
You have to zag after you zigged. So he signed a 5-year extension that would have initially kept him. But he signed another extension at the 2022 AFC Championship loss. So his deal goes through 27.
Perfect.
Is where it goes through. Dan Quinn +5. So I think Glenn, Quinn, and Bowles. I still think and then you have Carly Gordon, Irsay. She doesn't mess around. And this is listen to this schedule to start for the Indianapolis Colts. You ready for this?
I am ready to hear the Colts schedule. Peter, are you listening?
Week 1, Ravens. Week 2 at Kansas City. Week 3, home for the Texans. Week 4, home for the Commanders. Week 5 at Pittsburgh. Week 6 versus Tennessee. Week 7 at Minnesota. Week 8 at Jacksonville. Week 9 versus Dallas. That's not an easy week 7, 8, and 9. Vikings, Jaguars, Cowboys can all be playoff teams. To start the season, Baltimore, Kansas City, Houston could all be playoff teams. And even Commanders, Steelers, Titans, right? Yeah, that's probably a lesser rank of opponent than the ones you were playing previous. But those 3 teams could make the playoffs themselves potentially. Even Tennessee, they're becoming a darling in the media. I'm saying, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in Indianapolis. I think it'll be very interesting to see. I have my eye on that, especially how Daniel Jones plays. All right, let's talk about LSU.
LSU.
So news came out yesterday. Daquan Wright waived by the Cleveland Browns after signing a contract. Signs a contract with the Cleveland Browns, is in their training camp. Then this 2022 eligibility thing happens. He joins a lawsuit, granted an extra year of eligibility, asked to be waived by the Browns. He's waived by the Browns. He now intends to go to LSU, which is so funny, by the way. Not only in this wild west of college football does the guy go from the NFL to college, but he doesn't go back to his original team. Like, of course, he has to go to a different team. He follows his head coach, Lane Kiffin, to LSU. He had 39 receptions, 635 yards, and 5 touchdowns with Ole Miss last year. Kiffin said, at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play for someone else around the country.
Or so we thought.
So Lane Kiffin goes, look, if I don't do it, if I don't wreck college football, someone else is going to do it. If I'm not morally and ethically just, if I just throw my morals and ethics to the side, someone else will eventually do it and play against Gus. So I'll do it first. How do you know that? How do you know that that's going to happen? You don't know that. Troy Dannen, athletic director for a Big Ten team, yesterday said, by no means are we ever going to sign a professional athlete to come and play here in college, because we don't want to take opportunities away from the college athletes that have actually waited and worked to play. We're not going to do that. There are other athletic directors who feel that way across the country.
And he knew the company line that the very next morning, the Big Ten Conference would sign legislation, or whatever you want to call it, a rule banning this exact type of scenario from happening.
The Big Ten did this at 8:00. It has not come out yet, but Thamel also reported that there's a meeting between SEC people in Birmingham. The same ruling is expected to come down. Greg Sankey and the SEC basically released a statement yesterday condemning LSU, telling them that this is absolutely ridiculous and they should not be able to bring in NFL players.
The SEC put out that very nice graphic yesterday on SEC letterhead. It was way too long for me to read. I believe I believe it said, "Hey, we don't like this. We're not doing this."
RJ Lewis on the same day, by the way, the former Big East Player of the Year for St. John's.
That's right, I remember.
Was granted a injunction to play this season, giving him eligibility to play at LSU for Will Wade. He has signed multiple NBA contracts with the Jazz and the Boston Celtics. He never played in the NBA, but he did sign these contracts. And he did have the opportunity and the option because, by the way, this is a 2022 athlete that, like, he left. He decided to go to the NBA. That was his decision. He decided to leave. And then Will Wade decides, well, you know, he fits the criteria of a 2022 athlete who ran out of eligibility. So he goes ahead. I mean, RJ Lewis played 3 years in college.
That's plenty.
He had the opportunity to play a fourth. He decided not to. He signed NBA contracts. He spent a year away from college ball. He now wants to come back. He was given an injunction to give him eligibility. The NCAA is still going to fight this. And by the way, we already have precedent set with Charles Bediako in Alabama, where he had signed an NBA contract. Granted, he did play a couple of games and then wasn't allowed to come back. Here's my opinion on this, Josh Hodson. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Where's my cursor?
I don't care. I don't care. I have wasted so much breath, so much anger, so much thought. Just I've gotten too worked up over Trinidad Chambliss and James Najee and Charles Bediako and, you know, all of and Brendan Sorsby and all of these different rulings and decisions. Josh, I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
That's a great take on this issue. I'm tired.
I'm tired, man. I'm tired of reading these cases.
We got to get to Saturday when all this BS is done and we can talk about games. And you see that guy do that stupid thing, or remember when those fans remember when that fan said he'd stuff a burrito inside of himself if his team lost?
Remember when Avery Johnson's dad was fighting guys after the Ireland game?
I heard there's a rumor he could make a return to these airwaves this week.
That'd be awesome.
I'm excited.
Me too.
That's what I love about college sports.
Hey,
stupidity, not stupidity. I love it when a player makes a mistake and we can go, wow, aren't college sports weird and not robotic like the NFL?
I'm tired of reading RJ Lewis's attorney referring to the NCAA as, quote, a professional league. I'm not, until these MFers, okay, are on the field and Will Wade and Lane Kiffin are trotting out actual professional athletes out there. That's when I'll get mad at them. Just like how Nate Oates is on the dead to us list.
Yeah.
So will they.
There's guys on a plane right now with Bill Belichick, right now, as we speak, that are thinking, what time is the Guinness tour so we cannot go to practice? Allegedly. And
speculatively, right? They're thinking that.
And the hoodie is like, do they have golden tea in Dublin?
And someone's asking, did Bill pack his margarita machine on the plane?
That's happening right now. That's the beauty of college football. Why is North Carolina playing TCU in Ireland? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. It's on your TV at 11 a.m. Saturday. It's on your radio right here on 1620 The Zone at 10:30 on Saturday morning. You should listen to it.
Right now,
it works.
Bill Belichick is getting an estimate on the dent in his truck.
Yes.
He's trying to figure out whether or not they're going to clean out the spitters from the private plane.
He's wondering why the airline didn't deliver a child's meal to his girlfriend.
Which one?
Great question. That's happening right now. That's what we love.
As we speak.
Not people older than Jordan Hudson playing college sports.
Somebody get these beggars out of here. That's what I think. That's what I think.
Can we make that a drop? Can I get that clip online?
Somebody get these beggars out of here. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. Get me Tim Verghese. Coming up next on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. We go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. We bring in Tim Verghese from Inside Nebraska and Rivals. Timmy V, happy football week, my friend. We're back.
We are back.
We are back.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited too. What do you think of your Houston Texans rivalry jerseys?
Oh, I like them. I have mixed feelings about the uniforms they announced as a whole. I think the rivalry edition?
Yes.
Is that what they were calling these?
Yes.
Yeah, like the Jaguars jerseys alone, I was like, okay, that interests me. Then I saw the full uniform. I was out immediately. I don't love the Colts. I like the Titans. I like the Packers. I like the Bears.
Yeah,
and
right.
then I have not taken a hard enough look at the Vikings one. I don't love the Lions one, but I understand what they're doing with it.
I like your jerseys a lot. It reminds me when the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls, they did a similar pattern to you where they did the light blue with the red and the white. And that's a really hot color combo.
It's a sharp look.
It's a very sharp look. When you get that, and not just like any blue, that light blue with that red, it's perfect. I don't really like the Vikings uniform they look like Ravens uniforms is my thing. Like they look like the Baltimore Vikings. That's my only critique. All the other ones I actually very much enjoy. But
yeah,
I think Colts.
I was going to say I'm trying to figure out like my question right now is I feel like Nike in particular and this has bothered me, but they are so hit or miss. It feels like at the college level, school to school. I mean, the Tulane uniforms they announced a couple of weeks ago are tremendous,
Yeah,
and then meanwhile it feels like I don't love some of the templates they have at other programs. And then at the NFL level too. I mean, like there's some of these teams where, and ultimately it comes down to the coaching staff and their decision making, but I feel like we have some teams that have pretty good ones right now and others that I don't know what they're doing.
I do think though there definitely are some teams that give you more of a layout for you to make a good jersey. Like I think it'd be hard to make a bad Tulane jersey with the green and the blue, and you could mix in white there, and like even the black looks great with it. Where it's like the Bears, you can only do so much with the navy blue and orange. Like there's so many combos you can have. I think it's tough, but you're right. The range, like I think that Nike does it better than Adidas, but I think the range that Nike has from bad to really good is way wider.
Yeah, I agree for sure.
College football is starting up this week. Not too many great games. We got Memphis UNLV, which should be entertaining. We got an update on that quarterback situation for UNLV. I believe Alex Orji and then Jackson Arnold, right? He's at so it's they'll be switching off in that game against Memphis.
Former DFW guys.
Yeah. What do you think of Orji? I've always been enamored by just his athletic ability, but I felt like he was never really able to figure it out from a passing game perspective.
Yeah, always been fascinated with the athleticism. He was one of Michigan's quarterback takes when I was on the Michigan beat alongside Jaden Denegal, who I believe is going to be the starter for San Diego State this year. Both those guys now all out on the out west. And so, with Orji, I think his older brothers were tremendous athletes. They ended up playing linebacker. He's a tremendous athlete. I'm very fascinated to see what this looks like because he's kind of just been quietly developing in the Dan Mullen, home for wayward quarterbacks. And I'm really interested in seeing what that looks like this year. I think personally, my theory is Jackson Arnold is broken mentally. You would hope Dan Mullen can fix him, but I think the fact that we're coming out of fall camp and it looks like Orji is still in the competition, the fact that that's a real battle, because from a pure arm talent standpoint, Jackson Arnold hasn't beat, but from a mental standpoint, I don't like what I saw from where Jackson Arnold seems to be mentally at the end of last season.
The Dan Mullen home for wayward quarterbacks would be a great college football or college fantasy football team name. If I were to have a college football fantasy football team, it would be that. With week 0 starting up here, national football question for you. You got a sleeper team? You got a team you're kind of all over? You got a team that you think people might be underestimating?
That's a good one. I mean, like my pick for the G6 team that I think is going to make a run is Texas State. Brad Jackson's one of my guys, and GJ's one of my guys too. So I'm rooting for them, but I think that's not like it's not, a super sleeper pick. I think a lot of people, if they're picking a G6 team, it's Texas State or it's
UNLV or
Boise or UNLV too. It's the same group of teams.
Yeah, Western Michigan's gotten a little love too, which I love. I love the boys in Kalamazoo getting a little shout there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a true one out there. I will say, I think the Big 12. There's a few teams in there that I'm going to be closely watching this year, because especially if Texas Tech slips up the way I think they can a couple times, I think they're capable of. I keep an eye on Houston. I love Willie Fritz. I love what that staff has. I'm a big Connor Weigman guy. Covered him in high school. Was really happy he got the opportunity to go back to Houston and kind of put things together there. They've got a young 5-star freshman quarterback who's the future of the program, but I think they can get their window open potentially a year before that 5-star takes the field. I like what they have coming back. Tanner Cosio in the tight end room. They've got some good weapons. They're always going to have athletes on the defensive side of the ball. I love the way that Willie Fritz and his staff scout. They do a tremendous job of finding value, finding edges, getting in early on guys before anyone else. They've done this consistently now across multiple programs. And so I'm a big believer in what Houston can be this year.
I was telling people last year, I was like, you need to watch Big 12 football games. They were so entertaining. They were
so much fun.
You had some gunslingers in that league. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's probably the most entertaining conference in college football right now. It's not the best. I mean, just the variance you get on a week-to-week basis. I think it's the most entertaining.
It was so entertaining last year. Like that, the Kansas State Baylor game was entertaining. You had Hoover just slinging the ball around. You had Robertson slinging the ball around. You had, Bear Bachmeier coming out as a freshman doing what he was doing. Noah Fafita for Arizona. Like that became like, it wasn't like the greatest quarterback conference, but it was a fun QB conference. And it was just super competitive, week to week. And especially, Houston winning some games. And Arizona won 9 games last year. I feel like we just kind of like breeze over that. I think once again, you're right. Like, Sorsby was brought in to kind of be the piece that brings everything together. But now that he's gone, they could slip up and who knows, what happens to the rest of that league. I couldn't agree with you more. It's wildly entertaining to me.
Yeah, I agree. Like Baylor's one of those programs where I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the buzz coming out of Baylor camp. Again, I'm very invested in this because it's another one of my guys, but DJ Lagway, it seems like the 5-stars coming together out there in Baylor and, kind of been out of the limelight, just working. Dave Rader's going to have, a competitive defense at the very least. But yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm really interested to see what Baylor does. I love the alternates they just announced. They're one, like, when we talk about Nike and poor execution, their home, their actual home away and alternates right now aren't very good. But
I saw the alternates
they just announced. Those are good, and those should be the template for what they're building.
They had they have the gold on the side plates there.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks sick. Do you think Oklahoma State could be competitive rapidly in the Big 12 this year with all the North Texas guys they brought in?
Oh, absolutely. The question for me is going to be the defense. They're going to be in track meets just about every week. The question is going to be the defense, just with what they moved over. They've added some pieces. They were able to kind of strengthen that unit, but I still think it's a question. I wonder about their just how good they can be, because I think Messermaker and Hawkins in particular can hit the ground running. I think the wide receiver room is going to hit the ground running. So your question is going to be like, okay, how does that offensive line hold up against the top of the conference? And then that defense, how is the defense going to hold up? Because, I think Messermaker is going to make himself a lot of money this fall. We've talked so much about the Messermaker edition. I feel like we forget to also added one of the best running backs in college football last year.
Yeah, I think that it'll be a great litmus test in terms of like, can you repeat or can you find somewhat similar success to what Cignetti did? In terms of you hire the G5 guy and you bring him in, he brings all his dudes in. That's going to be very, very entertaining for me. Let's go ahead. Let's talk about Nebraska. Gatula just being named as, hey, he's one of our 5 best guys. Like, could you see him lining up at guard? Could you see him playing anything other than tackle? What do you make out of Rule's statements saying, yeah, even, Tree's got to work back, but Gunner's one of our 5 best guys. What do you interpret that as?
I know. I think Gunner's going to be a tackle, but I do wonder a little bit about, the potential flexibility with the Paul Mubenga kicking outside and swapping outside. Or, again, and right now it's Gatula's the one he's been pushing of the transfer additions has been it's been Tree Babalade, but I could see a world in the season if one of those 5 on the interior isn't performing that I would say specifically Black or Mubenga, one of those 2 aren't performing up to the standard, then you can easily swap Gunner Gatula. And it's so invaluable to have swing tackles, guys who can do that stuff, can come off the bench for you. If you can go 1-2 deep or 6-7 deep as an offensive line, because you have 1 or 2 guys off the bench that can come in and spot start in a few different places, you feel pretty good about the depth. I think Nebraska feels pretty good about the offensive line depth they have going into the season. We'll see how the season plays out, how the year starts for sure from an injury standpoint, but they enter the year with good depth along the offensive line.
Did you see the highlight video that they were showing about the quarterbacks yesterday?
I did.
Okay, so I know you're sicko, but probably broke that down, was going frame by frame, was looking at what they were doing. What do you think about the
Not really, but I will say though, you know who caught my eye from that?
What caught your eye?
The Isaiah Mosey run. I have not seen a move like that at running back.
Okay.
The little weave he does and the way he cuts back to open space, have not really seen that type of run with that sustained. I think the sustained burst throughout. He's been someone who previously kind of changing directions always felt like has to slow down to get into it, but to do that felt like he didn't really lose much of a beat. Really, I thought that showed improvement. But you can't analyze too much in those like individual plays. Guys make plays all the time. It's practice. I don't like to overanalyze practice, but I do like to know when I see someone do something, it's always good for me to check that off and be like, okay, if you show me you can do this, I know what to expect now. And if I'm seeing stuff like that on tape, that means that's something that's happening in practice.
The thing that got me, now some people are going to be like, oh my God, the read option. It wasn't necessarily that there was an option play in the highlight. What got me was that it was in the red zone. And I think that the key to this team, at least on the offensive end, is you cannot be trading 7 for 3. Like you have to go and you have to cash in your opportunities. Do you think maybe an underrated aspect of Calandria is just the versatility he's going to bring inside the 20 now?
Yeah, that's part of it. The offensive line and what they're going to be able to do in the run game is part of it. We just heard 4 members of the offensive staff and some players talk about it. And this watching the NFL, but Nebraska hasn't been able to do this in a while. But your ability to get +1 in the run game with the quarterback, and you can factor into changes everything. It changes how teams have to defend you. Just the game plan Nebraska is going to face this year from defenses, it's going to look much different than what it's been the last 2 years.
I've always said, we have this conversation about Josh Allen all the time and how great he is, but it's like the value he brings in the red zone, because he's a linebacker and people just bounce off of him, and the value he brings with, you can just not tuck in and run it, but he's just so much of a threat to just bulldoze straight forward and just go ahead and be in there. I feel like that's the aspect that we don't talk about enough with a quarterback like that, and that comes from what you're saying, having +1, in the run game, especially in the red area. Real quick, before we let you go here, Tim Verghese of Inside Nebraska and Rivals. Did you catch EJ Barthel at the podium?
I did.
Okay. Can talk about his evolution from when he first got here to the coach he is now, because I feel like he, as a coach, as a recruiter and a developer, has really grown. How have you seen that from when he got here to now? Go ahead.
Yes. So I had this conversation with a few people this summer. I feel like his eye for the running back position has evolved very fast since getting here. I think he has, when he first got to, it felt like, early on, I think some of the early running back offers, some of the early guys he pursued, you understand what he was looking for, but I think that eye has become a lot more dialed. He knows exactly. Look, we're talking about the 28 running back class. It's kind of clear who his 2-3 guys are here at the top of this class. He's got his guys selected pretty much already. You already have an idea. They're in a good position there. And that's been the case now for 2-3 cycles. We're getting to that point where he just finds his guys, identifies them, and and lands them and successfully. So I think that he's more confident. I think, the success of Emmett last year and I think the room, I think for him too, he probably personally feels like his back's not to the wall because he's been, one of the coaches that's been more questioned here. And after last year, he's earned himself, he's earned himself, a little breathing room. And I think you can tell that just his demeanor. But he's always been, what he has to do from a managing ego standpoint, managing personalities. And I think his ability, he's one of those guys I'd love to get around when we do get practice access, because you can tell that it's detailed teaching going on. Like we've advanced beyond the elementary stuff, the basic, like we're moving on to like real running back development and real, skill development, I would say, at that position. And so I think you've seen each of his backs grow. I think this offseason has been the offseason where I feel like you're seeing exponential growth from some guys, Jamal Rule, Isaiah Mosey in particular. It could be just those guys' skill set. It could be something finally kind of clicked for EJ and his coaching style, or kind of how he's teaching is really starting to resonate. But really does feel like we've seen some exponential growth from at least two guys in the room for sure.
Tim Verghese from Inside Nebraska and Rivals, always giving us the up-to-date information, what's going on in college football and with the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Timmy V, we'll talk to you soon, my friend. Always great talking to you.
Of course. Appreciate you guys.
See you, Tim. We'll hit a break right here. Let's talk about football, but flag football coming up next here on Middays with Matt. Don't forget to reach us at the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable Bank. They take banking personally. They always pick up on the first ring. And we've been on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed all day today at Matt McMeady, at producer Josh. Shout out Pesky Blues. We saw him last Friday. Be doing a couple of more things with Liquid Trucking. So we'll be on the lookout for that. But anyway.
It's growing over there.
It is growing over there big time. We'll go ahead. I saw this on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed yesterday from Husker Flag Football, a Husker athletics account I did not follow until yesterday.
Whoa.
But
get with the times.
The wait has gotten shorter after the 5-for-5 eligibility rule was passed. Originally, Nebraska flag football was supposed to begin in spring of 2028, in part because 2028 is when the NCAA is expected to sponsor its first national championship for flag football. So 2028 will be the first year that you will be able to win a NCAA flag football national championship. So Nebraska was waiting for that season to have its inaugural flag football season, even though they have been announcing some athletes that they've brought in and players that are going to play this season. But because of 5-for-5 eligibility, because of the people that they've been able, the athletes they've been able to bring in, they will be playing flag football this spring, 2027, at Hibner Stadium, where the soccer team plays, is where Nebraska flag football will play. So congratulations to them. Liz Sowers, the 5-time national champion, head coach of Nebraska flag football. I wonder how popular this is going to get. I'm curious.
I have a take.
Yeah, take.
I think this is going to catch on. Like, I don't know if it's going to be as big as volleyball or football or basketball, but
yeah,
could
it be the fourth sport?
I don't know about that. I mean,
that would be a take. That would be a take.
All right, I'll say it.
I think it's because I agree with you. It's going to catch.
There's a huge push for this to be one of the hood ornament events at the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. You saw a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, there was a whole flag football weekend on ESPN with like a little tournament that they did. And Nebraska is clearly investing in this. They went and found a coach with national championship experience and an assistant coach with NFL experience. Like they're like, hey, if we're doing this, we're going to be good at this. So I think here locally, I think Nebraska is going to be good at it, and I think it's going to catch on.
If you build it, they will come, and that kind of stands for basically almost every Nebraska athletic sport. And I think that this one, obviously being tied in with football, right? It's flag football. We have a passion for football in the state. Breaking, hit the sounder. You're right. They're committed. They're invested. They want to be good right away. And I think if they're good right away and they produce an entertaining product, which you speak of the flag football games on ESPN, I enjoy it. I think it's fun. It's a very fast growing sport. I mean, it does always speak a lot to that university's investment in women's athletics, that they've invested a ton in softball. They invested a ton into volleyball. They're now investing into this. I think the hot take would be this would become the probably not fourth, but fifth most popular sport, or maybe this will overtake softball, right? In terms of being in popularity. I don't know if I would go that far, but hell, they win a national championship in 2028 and they're awesome and they're exciting and it's a great atmosphere and they soup up Barbara Hibner Stadium and it's a great event to go to. It's a little bit of both, right? Like, not only is it about the product, but if it also is a great atmosphere and a place that you want to go and you want to watch games at, hell yeah. Then that totally is a spot where it could grow and it could become something interesting.
The roster page on their website these are not local girls coming to play this game. I mean,
they're
Florida, Missouri, Nevada, Hawaii, Colorado. Like, I understand there's not like really a high school aspect to this right now, so maybe they had to go find people who were already playing it. But I mean, this isn't just, hey, we'll roll the ball out there this first time out and we'll find 11 girls that can play this right away and we'll deal with we'll deal with growing the game later once we figure out how to do it. Like, no, they're trying right out of the gate.
So for the Husker games, they did flag football before they got into it. They did women's flag football before they got into it. I think this was before they announced they were doing women's flag football in Nebraska, and they had the Midland women's flag football team play a bunch of athletes from Nebraska. And Midland had athletes from different states. Like now they were like nationally recruited. Midland whooped the Nebraska team. They looked great. They were impressive. So they've gone out.
Do we need to look at that?
I don't know how many high school, like where women's flag football is a registered high school sport. I don't know how many states that exist, but they're willing to go out there and nationally recruit, and get people, from all across the country. So once again, they're investing in this. They want this to be good. And they're going to get it rolling right away. I'm very curious to see what it grows into.
Midland flag football went 11-6 this year. Their season ended in April, so it's a spring sport for them.
Who's their head coach?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shutouts in those 11 wins, including one that was 67-0. Coaches. We're waiting for the internet to load. James Kerwin.
I think
not to dox anyone, but it is a public job.
I met him, and I believe he's an NSAA referee, if I'm not mistaken. I'm almost positive he is. I met him at a game, and he was a great guy.
Almost fourth-year head coach, according to his bio at the Midland website.
They were. Can I tell you right now? They were impressive at the Husker games 2 years ago. I was floored. I was like, wow. They had routes, they had trees, they had schemes, concepts. They had a really good quarterback. They were impressive stuff. Impressive stuff. All right, hit a break here. Middays, Matt. Buy, sell, hold, or bet. Coming up next here on MWM.
Dueling bits of breaking news coming back from the break here, Matt. We'll do the non-sports one first.
Go ahead.
Sad news out of Nashville as country music legend and all-around humanitarian, great person. Everybody loved her. Dolly Parton has passed away at the age of 80. She had been sick for quite some time. Several appearances canceled over the course of the last 6 months. So not completely unexpected, but still sad.
Very sad. The queen of country.
That is correct. And breaking news out of Lincoln. Mackay Nelson has said words into a microphone.
I don't know if we should put those two together. I don't know.
They're both happening right now. Is what relates them. Nothing else.
Here's how I first knew about Dolly Parton.
Okay.
This is true because it's one of my mother's favorite movies. Steel Magnolias. Okay, 9 to 5 was on in our house over the weekend. Jolene, obviously, sure. A legendary song. But my colors are blush and bashful. Your colors are pink and pink. My colors are blush and bashful. And one shade of pink is darker than the other. A very famous line from Steel Magnolias. What can you say about her? Like, what can you say about Dolly Parton?
Yeah,
that hasn't been said before. Absolutely generational talent, generational actress, generational singer, the queen of country, one of the most beloved icons that we've had really in American pop culture. I know those are very brash and bold statements to make. I don't think anybody would really contest them. An incredible impact that she has made in her life and a bunch of different aspects of what she's done. So an incredibly sad loss, and obviously thoughts and prayers and condolences to her family and to that community, the country community, obviously losing a massive legend, and so many people I'm sure listening to this right now whom either love Dolly Parton or their mother or their father, their grandfather, their grandmother love Dolly Parton, and just a heartbreaking loss. But also too, what a life that woman led. And just a bunch of incredible things she accomplished.
I imagine in this sad news in the country music community, a large humanitarian swoon will happen, as Dolly was very charitable. She had she gives books to kids all the time, and
I hope
there's a charity.
I hope
there.
you're right.
Yeah,
I hope you're right.
There will be a lot of people donating in Dolly's name, I imagine, over the next week or so.
I hope that happens, and obviously, what an incredible legacy that would be for her life and that woman. So, legendary country singer Dolly Parton passes away at the age of 80. We continue here. Mackay Nelson, yeah, you're right. He's currently speaking at the podium. We've had a wave of individuals at the Hawks Championship Center talk today. E.J. Barthel spoke. Marcus Satterfield spoke. Len Thomas, quarterbacks coach, spoke. I believe Mackay's the only player that I've seen speak. I don't know who else has gone to the podium. Did see an interesting quote. E.J. Barthel brought in Damon Benning, the director of player development, brought him into the running back room to talk about the legacy and impact of Husker running backs.
Did he get him to stand still?
Do you think Damon was just walking around the entire meeting room while going, "Hey, this is what we need"? No, I think he wasn't walking, Josh. I think he was 10 toes down, probably saying some very
not everything's a walk and talk, Damon. I know you're a busy guy. You do the videos while you're walking.
I will say I don't want to make this competition, but Damon's walk and talks are definitely better than Rule's walk
Absolutely.
And talks. You can tell which guy has been in broadcasting for multiple decades.
And Matt Rule's a good public speaker.
Yeah, I still can't. I would, if I were given one question, if I were given multiple, not one, but if I was given multiple questions to Matt Rule, I'd be like, why is your podcasting setup way better than everybody else's? Like his when he would go on McAfee, he'd be in like the Death Star, like that thing. It was an intimidating backdrop that he had. It was quite something. Hit that music, brother.
Hit that music. What?
The buy sell holder.
Oh yeah, we got that going on.
Here we go. Oh my God.
Buy,
sell,
hold,
or bet. Buy sell holder bet here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, Josh Hodson, Middays with Matt. Going through our college football preview series of buy, sell, hold, or bet. We originally were supposed to do the Kansas State Wildcats and the Iowa Hawkeyes. We have decided, and not we, I mean the writer that we're going to interview tomorrow has decided we're doing Iowa tomorrow. Apparently, I don't call the shots on my own show anymore. I've totally forgot his name, but we'll be joined by it. I did.
Mystery guest.
He works for a very reputable Iowa Hawkeye publication, so we're going to talk to him. Elliot something. I forget his name, but we're going to talk to him tomorrow. So instead, we're going to do Kansas State and Arizona. Let's first start talking about Kansas State. Chris Kleiman, no longer the head coach of Kansas State. 6 years at K-State. They won, by the way, 6 games last year. They were in a lot of close games. I mean, they really came down to the wire in a couple of them. And, they were coming off of multiple 9-win seasons, even a 10-win season dating back to 2022, which was the last time their new head coach, Colin Klein, was the offensive coordinator for K-State, where they won the Big 12 championship game with Adrian Martinez. Remember Adrian Martinez?
I remember him.
Will Howard was the starting quarterback for the Big 12 championship game, but 2 a.m. was a massive factor in that season. Obviously, that big upset they had earlier in the year against Oklahoma. Colin Klein now back as the head coach of K-State. You have Jackson Arnold, Avery Johnson. I got them confused. Klein recruited Johnson, obviously a really good athlete, but definitely has to pick things up from an accuracy perspective. He had 59% completion percentage last year. But look, Johnson committed to Kansas State to play in Colin Klein's offense. And now Klein is back. And I think that you have to think that they're going to get a bump in Johnson's production, in how they're going to utilize his athleticism, how they're going to utilize his leg. This run game also is going to be really good with the combination of Joe Jackson, who last year they had Dylan Edwards, the transfer from Colorado, who's now playing at Kansas. But in the first play of the season, first touch of the season for Edwards, he goes down. Jackson had to step up, and he had a really good season. He had 293 yards against Utah, 142 yards against Colorado. He had over 1,000 yards last season. But it's one of those things, too, where they add Rodney Fields, who played for Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State, not good last season, but he was one of their bright spots. So I think with the combination of, Jackson, with Johnson, with Klein's offense, with Fields, they have Garrett Oakley, who's one of the best returning tight ends in the Big 12, along with Lincoln Cure, who's a 5-star tight end. They have a really good tight end room, really good running back room. They brought in a plethora of transfers on the offensive line, which did take kind of a step back from last year. But I think that this offense is going to be really, really good. The defense, though, however, is going to be interesting. You have 9 starters lost on defense. 6 of them were all Big 12 teams. They're going to they filled it with experienced Power 4 talent from the transfer portal, especially in the secondary where they really reloaded. But Kleiman was a 4-2-5 guy. He then joined, the 3-3-5 because that's where Big 12 teams were going into. But it's one of those things where you go from a defensive head coach to an offensive head coach. You lose 9 of your starters, 6 of which were high impact players. A couple of them transferred, one of them being a really good defensive end who went to Indiana. And so I think Kansas State's going to be able to score at a pretty high level with Klein's offensive prowess. And then on top of, I think that Johnson is going to get a bump from him. And then I think the power run game will be something that they can play with. It'll just be, hey, they brought in guys who were good in the G5. They brought in experienced P4 guys. Like they didn't really back off in terms of the aggressiveness of getting guys in the transfer portal to kind of fill the holes that they needed. And also, too, they got a very, very nice schedule. They don't have to play Utah. They don't have to play BYU. They don't have to play Texas Tech. They don't have to play 3 of the top 12 teams this season in the Big Ten. Their schedule goes this way. Nichols, Washington State, Tulane, first road game against Cincinnati, followed up by a home game against Houston, home game against Kansas. They're on the road back-to-back weeks against Arizona State and Colorado, then home for Oklahoma State, at TCU, versus Arizona, and at Iowa State. I have them 7-0 with 5 toss-up games. That's where I have them. I think Houston is a toss-up game. I think Arizona State is a toss-up game. I think Oklahoma State will be a toss-up game. I think TCU will be a toss-up game. And I think Arizona will be a toss-up game. So it's going to be interesting, to see what happens. Some people would even say that the Oklahoma State game at home probably isn't a toss-up game. So they might be at 8-0 and 4 toss-ups, depending on how you look at this team. I'm just concerned with, losing a defensive mind like Kleiman, losing all the talent. I understand they backfilled through the transfer portal. Can Kansas State, can they, muster up enough offense where they can muscle their way into winning, some of these toss-up games? It's interesting. They're over under win totals at 8.5. So just based on the schedule and what they have in the offensive end, the expectation is for them to have a successful season. I mean, this is a team where if they can find another Gear and Johnson, Josh, they could maybe make the college football playoff just off of how favorable the schedule is.
Oh.
Now, could they do it going 10-2? I don't know, right? Because where will their quality wins come from? Maybe the TCU game, they'll be ranked on the road. Maybe that Houston game at home, that could be a ranked matchup. Like there are some maybes here. Obviously, the Big 12 doesn't get a ton of respect when it comes to just strength of schedule, at least within the conference. But I do think that this will be a
wow. This is
go ahead.
No, I sorry to interrupt. This schedule is just
it's cupcake
fascinating to me.
Cupcake
Like,
schedule.
if you can get on a roll and stay on a roll, it's interesting.
They will be 4-0 heading into the bye. That Houston game will be very tough. It'll be interesting. But if they can beat Houston, you get Kansas, you get Colorado, you get Iowa State to end the year. Like
over 8.5 plus 132.
I'm a hold on them.
Hold. Okay.
I'm going to hold because I don't love betting on teams strictly on the schedule.
Sure.
Like I wouldn't bet on Penn State. Like I look at Penn State's schedule, they kind of have a similar one to Kansas State where they don't have to play Indiana, Oregon, or Ohio State. Kansas State, obviously, they don't have to beat their version, right, of Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech. But if I don't believe in the team and I don't believe in that roster and I don't believe in what they're doing, then I'm not necessarily gonna bet them, and I'm not gonna buy them either because I just think they lose so much on the offense. And look, I do think there is something to say with Avery Johnson, and he was recruited by Klein, and Klein clearly had a vision for him when he got him out of high school. And look, Avery Johnson's played 33 games in his career. He's got a 58.8% completion percentage. His touchdown interception ratio isn't that bad. It's 3-1, but he has not been nearly as efficient. He doesn't necessarily push the ball down the field, only 7 yards per attempt. Like I'm kind of, it's hard to say that he is what he is and he's baked goods because he's a great athlete, but the guy has now played 30 games where I kind of know what you're getting from an efficiency perspective. He doesn't turn the ball over a ton. He it could be a lot worse. Granted, he did throw 10 interceptions in his first year, but he only had 6 interceptions last season. I'm more out than I am in on Johnson. I do think there will be a bump. I'm holding on Kansas State. I'm holding. I would not be
diamond strong hands.
Like if they don't go 8-4, I'd be a little surprised. Just because I think that once again, Nichols, Washington State, Tulane, Cincinnati, Colorado, Iowa State, Kansas, right? I just named over half their schedule. All very winnable games. Let's go to a team that is ranked very close to them in the Big 12 that they are going to have to play this season. That's Arizona. Arizona's got, I think, one of the least talked about but very deserving quarterbacks in Noah Fafita. Noah Fafita, very quietly, 3,200 yards last season, 29 touchdowns. He threw 2 interceptions his final 7 games of the season. He's already has the Arizona passing touchdown record with 73. He only needs 600 yards to pass Nick Foles all time as the Arizona leading passer. Brett Brennan, second season, very just like everybody in this Big 12 era, very quietly won 9 games, picked up a wins last year against Arizona State, against Kansas, Kansas State, beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati at the time, they were floundering a little bit, but tough start. Lost to Iowa State when they were fully healthy. Lost to BYU by 6. Lost to Houston by 3, but then finished the year 5-1. Fafita is back. Could have gone elsewhere very easily. Decided not to. They have a lot of continuity in the wide receiver room. Keep an eye out for Trace Spivey, 6'4", all Big 12 honorable mention. He had 8 touchdowns last season on 25 touches. They also have a very interesting wide receiver in Gio Richardson, who had 300 yards last season as a freshman. And then they also have Isaiah Mizell, who is one of the program's fastest player that they expect to use in a gadget role. Had 3 backs last year that had 859 yards. The offensive line, they had some guys who had to step up and they were a little shoddy. Now they're going to come in as starters. They have their whole right side of the offensive line. I'm not really overly worried about their offense. I think that they're going to be a really good passing offense, and I think that they'll be able to run the ball just fine. Obviously, you get a little concerned with, they've had to really come in and replace what they've got going on the offensive line. I'm really concerned about how they're going to recover from a defensive perspective from last season to this season, because their defense last year was really, really good. They had Danny Gonzalez, who runs a 3.35, was their DC last year. They were 21st in scoring defense last year, 19.3 points per game, 17th in points per play at 0.29. They were 19th and 300 yards per game, 11th and 4.7 yards per play. They were the number 1 team for QB rating against. The average QB rating against Arizona last year was 97. That was first in the nation. That's in part because last season they had 4 defensive backs drafted in the NFL draft in April, and their 5th defensive back signed as a free agent. That ties, by the way, a record for defensive backs, singular defensive backs drafted in one draft. They had 22 interceptions and averaged 2.5 takeaways per game. Like I mentioned, though, that secondary is gone. They have a little bit more continuity on the front 7. They bring back multiple defensive linemen and linebackers, but Brett Ciancia used this example. I thought of it immediately reading this. It's like Illinois, where they lose Sidney Brown, Jartavius Martin, Devon Witherspoon in the first 66 picks from 2022 to 2023. Now that team lost Ryan Walters as their DC. He became the head coach of Purdue. Danny Gonzalez still around as the DC for Arizona. So you're not losing all of your talent plus your DC, but you still get concerned with the fact that, man, you were super talented last year, 22 interceptions. No way you're going to return that production. They went ahead in the transfer portal. They did the best that they could replacing some of that talent, but only 49 total in the country in transfer portal ranking. The opposite of Kansas State when it comes to their schedule. Let me read this out for you. North Arizona week 1 at BYU, home for Northern Illinois, at Washington State, home for Cincinnati, at West Virginia, right? Not bad. You get a bye week, and then you play Iowa State. Okay? You could be looking at here 6-1.
Hello.
To start the year. You end the year at Texas Tech, home for TCU, home for Utah, at Kansas State, home for Arizona State. You end the year playing 5 of the top 6 teams in the Big 12. Okay? Tough. You play BYU, you play Tech, you play Utah, you play TCU, you play Kansas State, you play Arizona State. They did not get a break. Now, they're going to have a hot start. Can they hold on? That's the question currently. Their over-under win total is 7.5. They're going to probably be favored in the TCU game, and they might be favored in the Arizona State game by minimal points, but they will be underdogs against Tech, underdog against Utah. They'll be an underdog on the road in Manhattan. They'll be an underdog at BYU. So they'll be favored in 8 games probably out of the 12, but I like TCU. I really do. I think that Arizona State could give them some problems at home. Plus 110 over on 7.5. I'm going to sell. I just think they lose too much on the back end. I think they lose too much talent in that secondary. Funny enough,
a lot of what ifs.
Old friend alert. One of their big transfer portal acquisitions was Malcolm Hartzog.
I know that name.
To have a little versatility in that secondary. So he'll be playing for Arizona. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sell here. I think the offense obviously can be really good with the weapons they have along with Fafita. It's just, it's a lot to ask for them to replace 22 interceptions. They had 2.5 takeaways per game, right? That was the lifeblood of, what they did last year. And then, the quality of win that they had wasn't very high, right? I mean, their best win of the year was Arizona State, they didn't really beat a whole lot of teams. The 4 teams that they lost to, SMU, Houston, BYU, and Iowa State, those are probably the best quality opponents they played, especially playing Iowa State early in the year. So we're going to hold on K-State. We're going to sell Arizona here on Middays with Matt. Coming up next, it's Top 10 Tuesday. Josh Otson gives us a T10, and then we'll go ahead. We'll wrap it up with what to watch and dog of the day here on Middays with Matt. I was scrolling on the Liquid Trekking Zone Twitter feed. I saw a friend of the I was about to say friend of the Grum.
Not a friend of the Grum.
Well, friend of the Gram, the program that we have here.
Oh, interesting.
Middays with Matt. Emily Eamon was doing her her interviews with coaches, asking them who they thought was going to be Big Ten Player of the Year. Way too many coaches who don't coach for Nebraska were saying Nebraska players. I feel like in that situation, you have to say somebody on your team, right?
Or do you zag and go, I can't say somebody on my own team?
It's just even if you know that you're not going to win the Big Ten in volleyball, don't you have to be like, no, one of my players is going to win it? I love my players.
I guess.
So many of them were like Bergen. They're like Andy. It was shocking to me. Harper got a couple votes too. Their season begins in 2 days against Florida in the exhibition of the Spikes Under the Lights at Jerry's World. So hopefully we'll maybe be able to connect with Emily Eamon. We'll see and get her on the show and talk about the outlook for Nebraska, their volleyball season, which officially, so it begins on the 27th. Their first regular season game is against UNLV in the Players Era Showcase. Then they play Texas, renewing that rivalry at 2:30 on Sunday, August 30th. Real quick, before we get to a Top 10 Tuesday, I want to get this out. Somebody from the PGA had to have been listening to our show because
everybody does.
They have just announced, following the 2028 regular season, that they are going to have the PGA Tour. The PGA Tour's future postseason will include a championship series finale, a 72-hole stroke play tournament that will finalize the points list and determine the season champion. So they're going to have a 72 golfer tournament to end their PGA Championship Series. You and I have talked about on the show that I feel like each major has a different, unique taste to it, but we don't have a big, match play, stroke play tourney anymore. They're now going to do it to wrap up the PGA postseason, which is really cool. Other PGA news as well. For you people out there who don't like LeBron James, but you really do enjoy golfing, which there could be a correlation there. Close your ears. July 6th and July 7th at the South Course at Firestone Country Club will be the LeBron James Family Foundation Invitational. It'll be it will feature amateurs and pros from the tour's Pathway to Progression Pro Bound 5 program. So it's not an official PGA Tour. It's not like a Scotty Scheffler isn't playing in the LeBron James Family Foundation Invitational, but it is a progression to maybe we will have a big event that will be the LeBron James Invitational on the tour. Who knows? But LeBron very much getting into golf, and now is going to have his own kind of PGA sponsored invitational, which is super interesting. Did you, by the way, see the Callaway golf ad from the YouTube golfers Good? Did you see that?
You just said a bunch of words in a row that I don't really understand. So
It's
I'm
okay.
going to say no, I didn't see it.
You don't want to get into YouTube golf, do you?
I do not.
Okay,
no.
It's okay.
You said good.
That's like they were cool. Now they're not really cool. They're kind of annoying. I used to like them. I don't like them anymore.
Is a thing.
If you're putting, and let's say you're playing with your buddy, you're playing against one another, and you both have like 4-foot putts, you go, hey, good. I'll pick mine up. You pick yours. We don't have to putt this out. Our scores get smaller. We don't have to stress hitting this putt. It's a fun little thing, right? Hey, sometimes you make a joke. If you and your buddy are both like 15 feet away, you go, hey, good.
I imagine Mike Schaefer offers this up to a lot of people.
I think Schaefer definitely is the type of guy who he doesn't want anybody putting anything out. He is very generous in terms of, hey, you're good. You're picking up. Don't putt it. Then let's forget about it. You don't have to worry about that. It's one of the worst advertisements I've ever seen. Some people got offended by it. I just think it's a stupid ad is what I thought.
I saw that Callaway released an apology today.
Yes. So it's those guys.
Okay.
It's those people.
It was too long and I didn't know what they were apologizing for.
It's way too long an apology. By the way, I'm pretty sure the apology took longer to read than the actual ad.
Okay.
The ad was like 12 seconds. It's dumb. It's stupid. The other Dave in the chat goes, good sellouts, low key. They're just, they were cool and then they were independent and then they just became very corporate very quickly and very annoying. But yeah, they made it. It's not that I didn't find it uber offensive as much as I thought it was just a dumbass ad. I was like, this is just stupid. Why would you make something like it's dumb? Yeah, I'll show it to you in the break. All right.
Would love to see.
Top 10 Tuesday. What's our T10 today, Mr. Josh Hodson?
Okay, my wife is weird. Last week we did top 10 college football games of 2026. This week we'll do top 10 NFL games of 2026.
Oh, okay.
Number 10, Bills Rams Week 5 Super Bowl preview. Probably not.
No.
Yeah.
I think that would it be a hot take if I say neither of them get there?
I think you're going to see a lot of bets on the Rams. Yes.
I wouldn't be shocked if neither of them made the Super Bowl.
Yeah, generally the favorite doesn't make it, right?
I'm not betting.
Not uncommon.
I don't think it's going to be an easy transition for the Bills defense under Jim Leonard. I think that defense is not made to play that coordinators. They don't have the personnel to do it. They have the personnel to play the former head coach's defense, Sean McDermott. I still think the offense is going to be great. Number 9.
Number 9, the last week of the season, Seahawks Rams
Great.
in LA.
That might be an NFC Championship preview.
For all the marbles. There were 2 fun games last year.
I think the Seahawks are getting a little overlooked in terms of they lost Rick Woolen, they lost Kobe Bryant, they lose Kenneth Walker. I think Jadarian Price was a great bring in for them. I still think that secondary is still very deep, despite the fact that they lost Woolen, despite the fact they lost Bryant. Also, dude, Mike McDonald is just a genius when it comes to disguising and play calling on defense. I still think Seattle's going to be very good. And I still think Sam Darnold is getting disrespected, by the way. He won a Super Bowl, and I feel like we're still overlooking that he played very, very well throughout the season. All right, number 8.
We go to Christmas at Soldier Field for Packers-Bears Week 16.
Nice. I will be there.
You will.
I will be there. I will be there in attendance. Very excited for it. Number 7. I will take that every day of the week. Bears kind of have had a tough training camp. Left tackle still very much a discussion. Defensive line, Jordan Vandenberg might be the only guy who is coming out and playing really well and people are excited about. Outside of him, they haven't really seen what you wanted to see from the rest of the D-line. The secondary got beat up. Kyler Gordon just is having a weird situation right now where he's just not on the field, not playing in camp, and Kobe Bryant obviously out for a massive part of the year. So Bears
how many Kobe Bryants are in this league and how many of them are hurt?
Kobe Bryant was the Seattle Seahawk safety. He was signed by the Bears.
Oh, okay.
He was a big part of both of those teams.
One
He's
of them
now
lost,
just not playing.
One of them lost Kobe Bryant to a transaction. One of them lost Kobe Bryant to an injury. We all lost Kobe Bryant during COVID.
Number 6?
Number 7, 6, and 5 are all Thanksgiving games.
Oh, give them to me.
Chiefs, Bills.
Jeez. Awesome.
Eagles, Cowboys.
Even better.
Bears, Lions.
Injected into my veins.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
that is
3
good.
of those.
By the way, they used to have the slate make the games. They're now having the games make the slate on the holidays. Why weren't you doing that before? It just, I didn't understand why it took them so long to be like, hey, everybody in America is watching. Let's put the best product on the field.
I ain't moving. I ain't doing the dishes. I'm parked in front of my TV all Thanksgiving long.
You know, actually, we're not hosting Thanksgiving this year.
We? Like Middays with Matt?
No, the McMaster family.
Okay.
We've hosted Thanksgiving for 15 straight years, 16 straight years, except for the 1 year that we had to have the kitchen redone, in which we went to the Four Seasons Hotel in Chicago and ate at a buffet.
Four Seasons?
My brother now had a kid. She's 1 year old. Well, his wife had the kid. And they're like, we don't want to have the little baby around all these people and all running around. We're going back to the Four Seasons for a Thanksgiving buffet. How about that? So I don't have to worry about cooking. I'm going to lay my ass on the couch and watch football all day.
Hell yeah.
Number 4.
Let's see. Lions, Bills, Week 2, Thursday Night Football, the watch party.
Oh, yes. That will be great. That'll be awesome. That's going to be a big test for the Lions. Lions offense was actually way better than people gave it credit for last season. Number 7 in EPA per play. Just that defense got really banged up. Now that defense also doesn't have Terry and Arnold anymore, who is a very talented quarterback that they were hoping that would improve and
progressing that defense, no longer there. Still, Aiden Hutchinson, you hope that he is, another season with that leg injury behind him, that he's going to be back to his defensive player of the year form. Be interesting to see if that defense can develop. The NFC North wide open. Number 3.
Number 3, Broncos Chiefs Week 1 Monday Night Football. The return of Mahomes.
That and just I think the Broncos are another team that are being very overlooked this season, and I think you can make the case for what other team that made it to the NFC Championship game who added a number 1 wide receiver in Jalen Waddle. Just isn't getting as much as respect as they are. That offensive line is still great. The D line's a little thin, still awesome. They got the second best defensive player in the year, defensive player in the league, and Patrick Surtain. That team's awesome, and Sean Payton's a great coach. Number 2.
Number 2, Niners Rams Week 1 in Melbourne.
Yeah.
How's that going to mess with everybody's brain?
It's going to be interesting to see them play in that environment. Also going to just, what is San Francisco going to look like from a health perspective, from a wide receiver perspective, from a tight end perspective, from an owner perspective, from a coach perspective. I mean, Shanahan is back on the sidelines, but still, I mean, you suffered a pretty gnarly concussion from all reports, so still tough. Week 1.
Number 1 is Week 16. We go back to Christmas. Rams Seahawks.
Yeah, this is it, right? I mean, I don't know. I think Rams.
They play each other 2 of the last 3 weeks of the year.
I think the best matchup is Rams Bills or is it? It's Rams Bills, right? That was your number 8. What was your?
That's number 10 was Bills Rams.
That might be the best singular matchup, right? But if we're adding in weeks, what part of the season, storylines, all that stuff,
I agree.
This is it. Because it's Rams Seahawks. It's the 2 best teams in the NFC, but it also late in the year, man. This is going to decide the 1 seed. This might decide the 2 seed. This might decide they're in the same division. This might decide who's going to host, right? So I think this is a pivotal game in the NFC. I think the only thing stopping the Rams at this point are suspensions and injuries. They have a couple of things that have to be sorted out, and they just got to make sure that some of their older guys stay healthy. But overall, you cannot deny that this team has gone all in, not just with Garrett, but also Trent McDuffie was a very big signing. And then they kind of kept the continuity the way that it is. The offensive line is the weakness of this team overall, but I really like their draft pick, Max Clare out of Ohio State, doubling down even more on the tight end sets. Should be interesting to see what the Rams do this year. They could air it out whenever they want. They also could just pound the football with Corum and Williams. They just have so much versatility and the best play caller in the NFL in Sean McVay. All right, great top 10. Ton of fun. Love talking some football. Love talking the NFL. Let's hit a break. What to watch? A dog of the day coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
I will be watching baseball tonight. I love an 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Just me?
It's kind of nice. You can kind of settle in for the night after you get everything done, dinner's cooked, eaten, cleaned up.
And I don't sit on my couch. I lay.
Yeah.
I like to lay. I lay out. So I just lay on the couch and I just watch the Cubs play. Little hint for what the dog of the day is going to be. Josh, what are we watching tonight?
Watching Dodgers Braves at 6:15 on the Superstation TBS as God intended. And then it is Phillies Mariners, 8:30 on MLB Network. 4 more elimination games in Williamsport today at the Little League World Series. Japan and Mexico going on right now. I don't have a current score. I'm sorry. I failed you all. Washington, Alabama at 2 o'clock, followed by Canada, South Korea, and then Ohio, New Jersey. Yes, Matt.
What is Canada, Japan and Mexico? What are they playing in?
They're playing in the Little League World Series.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was so confused. My apologies.
Okay.
Continue.
WNBA on NBA TV tonight at 7 o'clock in Dallas as the Wings host Portland. Netflix has a new untold documentary, The Testimony of Vince Young. From his rise to college football phenom to his tumultuous time in the NFL, Vince Young unpacks his fall from stardom. 7 o'clock on ABC tonight, the season 4 premiere of Jeopardy Masters. It's the best of the best taking each other on. And Matt, you and me, very excited about a movie we have to buy that is 75 minutes long. It is Batman Nightfall Part 1.
No way.
Yes, it is out today. You have to buy it for $20, but
get out of here.
It's a 75-minute movie when the mysterious behemoth known as Bane frees Batman's entire rogue gallery from Arkham Asylum. The Cape Crusader is pushed to his mental and physical breaking point in this R-rated animated movie. I've heard it's very violent.
Yeah, and I heard it's probably awesome. It's great.
I've read some good reviews.
We get like an Under the Red Hood, live action Under the Red Hood.
Oh,
please.
let's do that.
That'd be incredible. Should just cast the Under the Red Hood movie at one point. Do you hear that?
Oh.
Michael Bush to hit a home run tonight at Arizona +610. +610. Wow. +610 to hit a home run. Michael Bush tonight, as I'll be watching the Chicago Cubs. Hope that happens. What is that graphic?
That's Troy Dannen, in love with you. I had a meeting this morning. This was a rush job.
He loves the show. It's Troy Dannen's favorite show. Everybody knows that. Everybody tell Troy, hey, I heard you love Middays with Matt. I'm sure he'd be like, oh yeah, of course I love.
He'll know what it means.
He'll know what it means.
He'll
guys.
play it off like he has no idea what you're talking about.
He knows what we're talking about. Just be like, Troy, we love MWF. He's like, what is that? I almost took it too far. Taking it next, USC. Next year on Middays with Matt.